Science, Kazakhstan. We had FAO project in 20 hectares of salinated land in Turkestan district. So we have piloted our technology, our technique, which is the biological fertilizers have been actually applied in the salinated lands. So, and the yield increased from 27 to 36%, depending on the salinity level. But this technology worked well in the mid-level salinity level. I mean, of course, this was actually proved to be a little higher than in the control area. So we calculated the economic efficiency, and applying this technology for farmers, this actually proved to be quite cost effective, because there were fewer costs. And I don't remember exactly the figures, but the revenue from per 1 hectare was big enough. The most important is that the salinated lands are not kind of abundant by the farmers. They still keep them under their farmer activity, so they still receive and benefit from these fields. So this was the technology that we use. If you want me to give you some specific figures and data, I may just dig out some information and provide later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this example. This is an excellent case where you can actually see how you use the technology. You did a pilot, a trial. You first checked how it works in regards to control, and then you could also see how farmers adopt it and how beneficial it is for them, and that the lands are used. Thank you very much for sharing it. We had a few examples of different values. We had costs that you calculated. We have revenues. So then what is the profit for farmer as well? What were the yields? And also how they increased. So we can see here that quite a few different economic variables were measured, which is great, because then we speak the same language, and economists can use it better for supporting these farmers, maybe providing them with subsidies or micro loans, so that they can further invest in their land, in the technology, and spread it to their neighbors as well. Okay, I see that we basically answered 2 questions. Any thought about how this economic analysis could then help to increase the impact of your project? Yes?
Yeah. Hi again. Just from a company point of view, being able to share an economical analysis of the project usually helps you to get either clients or additional funding. Especially, I would like to add that one of the data within the cost that is not usually taken into account is the operation and maintenance cost. Everyone knows how it's going to cost to install the infrastructure, on my part, but usually people are a bit not as interested into knowing operation and maintenance costs, and how they change during time, during all the lifespan of the infrastructure. So this should really be taken into account, and funding provision should be made to assure that, which is not always done. Yeah, so this is it.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing this example as well, because indeed it's very important that we very often know how to establish infrastructure, how to get projects started, and it runs well for just 3 years perhaps. But then how do we maintain it? How do we make it run for the future years? How do we make it sustainable? And how indeed we can then present it to the future investors, companies, clients, how we can make sure that we can really upscale our results and it doesn't stay only, a nice scientific trial. This is something that is the main point of this analysis. Okay. Now I would like to move to the small exercise. And here it's an exercise that's a case study of Myanmar in the third central dry zone area. We have a few figures here. So I would like now to take around 10 minutes for you to also get familiar with this case study, perhaps do some small calculations to see how you can do it in case you're not familiar with the economic analysis. And here I would like to ask Pim again to join me and introduce the case study to you, as this is an example that we also used in teaching in Asia Water Academy that is available online if some of you are interested to go for the course.
Yeah. So central Myanmar, very beautiful place. But due to climate change, they have increasing droughts. Due to farming practices, they also have increased waterlogging. And in general, Southeast Asia, they're dealing quite a lot with increased salinization in Vietnam, in Laos, in Cambodia, around the Mekong Delta. So the paper from O et al., it's quite tangible, it's quite easily understandable. So I think for the sake of time, next 5 minutes we have, I think it's a good example. But I also want to stress that it's very simplified. As Dr. Nagach said, there are other costs involved into salinization, social costs. We also heard that the yields increase, for instance, in the case study in Kazakhstan. And what does that mean? Well, if you have lower yields due to salinization, then you might have to cut a forest down to cultivate the land there to still ensure food security. So there are all these other costs involved with salinization that go beyond the field of study. So yeah, bottom line, very overly simplified exercise. So in reality, it's a bit more complicated. So the national average in Myanmar for rice cultivation is around 4 tons per hectare. And in the case study of central Myanmar, the average rice yield was around 1.35 ton per hectare. So that's almost 30% of the national average due to salinity. So around 6,000 hectares in Central Asia were affected by high salinization in 3 townships. And that was also the extent of their case study. They did this from 2013 to 2014. And based upon this data, the first question, and we'll do this together because I realized that it's the Latin script and not all of you are as familiar with that script. So I'll read it out loud and then the translator can bear with me. And I will speak a bit slower. So question 1, on average, what is the rice yield loss for the total landmass of areas affected by high levels of salinity for the 16 townships of the Mandalay region compared to townships with a low salinity level? Use table 1 to answer this question. So, and here you can see how to work it out. Again, a simplified exercise. So I basically, is there a laser point? Oh, there we go. So what I did is I looked at the potential of rice yields per hectare and the national average, which is around 4 tons per hectare. And then I looked at the difference between high salinity levels and low salinity levels and how much yield loss is obtained due to that. And you can see if you subtract the 1.35 from the 4.45, then you get down that you can lose, in this case study, up to 3 tons per hectare of rice due to high salinization levels. And then if you multiply that by the hectares that were part of the case study, which were around 6,000, then you come to the conclusion that around 19,000 tons of rice are lost every year in that case study due to salinization. And as Dr. Nagach showed, this is a direct market method. So I wanted to look a bit deeper at like what is the market value of rice in this context. And at global product prices, you can see in local context what the market price for different crops are. And at the time of study, it was found that 1 kilogram of rice was worth around $1. So then you can take that figure, and then we go to question 2, which states, according to the market price, please estimate the total economic loss that the townships of the Mandalay region could incur due to high levels of salinity. Okay, there you go. And then again, easy calculation. So if you, well, 19,000 ton equals to 19 million kilograms. You do it times 1,000. And then the total estimated economic loss is the $1.12 multiplied by the 19 million kilograms. And then you come down to the conclusion that for the case study of the central dry zone in Myanmar, the estimated total economic loss of rice cultivation due to salinization is $22 million per year. And those are just for the 13 townships. And I think this is although it's simplified, it's a great example on what the cost could be of salinization for farming communities in Myanmar and the rest of Southeast Asia globally. And this also shows the potential of saline agriculture. Maybe if there is a salt-tolerant rice variety that will be planted here, or maybe a different crop like quinoa, if it works according to the local conditions and for the local diets, then that could be the economic benefits gained from saline agriculture for these local communities. And that could make a massive difference for the sustainable income, for food security, to counter land degradation. And that's why I think we should look further at the opportunities of saline agriculture and what that could mean for the local context. Well, I hope this example gave a brief feeling at how economic analysis could be beneficial of looking at the costs and effects, but also at the opportunities of saline agriculture. And I highly recommend if you're interested, to dive a bit deeper into the literature. The book by Kutsa et al. That was pointed out in this slide. In this slide, it's also in the bibliography in the end, so we will show that and then you can maybe take a picture of it. Really explains quite well how to put these different pricing methods into practice. And that could be beneficial for your projects or for your research to maybe give a different perspective to the field of salinization and saline agriculture. Now I would like to give the floor back to Dr. Negaj. Slowly. Oh, almost there. There we go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Tongeren, for this brief introduction to the economic analysis and also how it looks in practice, or how it looks in this simplified example, because we also need to take into account that, okay, when we measure these values, the average for a country stays the same, but the results that we obtain for a region, they could be influenced by a number of different factors. Perhaps it was a very dry year, or maybe very rainy, that influence our results. So it's good to measure these values across a few years at least, to have the stable and reliable values that are detached from the weather fluctuation that could be abnormal for the region. Now I would like to move to the third section, which was about upscaling and innovation. So multiple projects that you conduct or that you're involved with, they have also a huge innovation potential that can be further used for upscaling their results. This is also something that we do in one of our projects called SALAD, so Saline Agriculture for Adaptation, and that I wanted to show here as an example. This project has 4 stages. So first we have soil, water, plant models, in which we look at the interactions in the pedoclimatic conditions. Then we have the second stage, in which we looked at the production pilots and lab experiments, where we checked the different salinity levels and also how 4 crops, so potatoes, quinoa, tomato, and New Zealand spinach, perform. Then we had the third stage, when we look at the stakeholder interactions and also knowledge exchange. So then we were looking at how different stakeholders react to these innovations and to the crops as well, how the value chain look like, how does the market look like, So also how potentially adoption of these crops, salt-tolerant varieties, would be perceived. And finally, we did economic analysis, or we are actually conducting it right now, and we will also look at the barriers and opportunities related to upscaling. And this brings us to the topic that I'm talking about here. So we have different types of upscaling. It can be horizontal upscaling, so moving from one country to another. For example, we have a project happening in Uzbekistan, and it's very successful. And we think that the conditions in Kazakhstan are actually quite similar. So then we can also take certain outcomes of this project and technologies that we use and try to implement them in Kazakhstan as well. That's horizontal upscaling. Then another type is vertical upscaling. So certain technology or idea can be, again, very successful, and we want other levels. So not only, let's say, farmers, but also regional farmer unions to adopt it, or maybe even bring it higher to the regional authorities and federal national authorities. So this is the vertical upscaling, the second option that we have. So we go from one level to another. And then finally, we also have diagonal upscaling, where we move across the scales. So it's basically moving to different sectors of economy or different business studies. So we try to move with our pilots, with our trial, let's say, to business and further promote it as a business case. So we want to also make sure that there will be entrepreneurs adopting it, propose that solution to other sectors of economy, perhaps. And this brings us also to different types of innovations. So what we can actually share, we can basically have knowledge innovations. So we produce new knowledge. This is quite common for our projects. We can have agricultural innovations. So in this case, also something that is common for this audience, new crop varieties, perhaps new cultivation techniques. We have processing and packaging innovation. Okay, so what happens later? For example, for onion, it's quite important how you process them and also store it, because depending on that, you can have quite good product, or it can actually go bad very quickly. So in some countries, for example, Egypt, this is a core question. How do you store onion or sweet potato, and how do you make them ready to be sent to other countries for export? Further, you have product innovation, and here we can come up with all different products that are based on halophytes. On the first slide, you have seen a vegetarian or vegan oyster. So an oyster that was made of a few different halophytes. In many countries, this is a novel product that can be sold as something for people who are vegan or vegetarian. And in that way, it can also become a new product. But you can also think of Salicornia crisps, perhaps also some pesto made with halophytes, and many, many other products that can be made with our new salt-tolerant crops. Further, there are also innovations that are in the distribution and retail. So, okay, how do we sell those products? And policy and institutional innovations. So new institutional arrangements and policy arrangements that can be used and further implemented. Here, I would like to show an example of a study that has been also conducted in the Netherlands. This one was done by Ms. Isa Bossampe, and she looked at the stakeholder perspectives on the issue of salinization in agriculture in the Netherlands. There are a few key things that I would like to bring up from that study. She looked at the technological solutions to address salinization, so certain technologies that are applied in the Netherlands. She also checked that most of them are at the pioneering stages, because the Netherlands has a few salinized sites, but it will mostly suffer from salinization only in the future, in around 20 years. However, in the Netherlands, people like to prepare early for what's coming up. So now they're starting to look at the technologies. But that also means that there's a gap in checking how effective they are, what is their efficiency and feasibility, because not all of them are tested yet. So here there's a limited adoption. Then there is also a regime change that is needed to move to more salinization resilient practices. And also, what are the potential barriers, so lock-ins. And finally, her conclusion was that indeed you need to take into account all the stakeholders, so the value chain, how people react to innovations, how are they willing to adopt salt-tolerant varieties, because sometimes they are not so likely to switch to the new variety of potatoes. In some countries, they like the small ones, in some they prefer the big ones. So that also matters, the cultural preferences and the culinary preferences of different actors. And here's also one of the frameworks that is quite often used in the Netherlands to estimate the innovation potential and take into account different aspects. So, okay, what actually needs to be taken into account? What is the resistance to change? So why people don't want to change and adopt certain technology? This is important for us because, okay, we test different technologies, management practices, but then what is the likelihood that people will actually use it? And then also, what is the space for change? So what is the likelihood that they can actually change and take the new technologies on board? Okay, and that brings me to the small exercise as well. I know that most of you have your own projects or your own studies or maybe case areas that you work on. So we want to ask you, how can you evaluate and assess the viability of your practice or project upscaling, taking into account different socioeconomic impacts? And here we have a few different SDGs, so Sustainable Development Goals, just to show different impacts that your project can have. So it can have an impact, of course, on the agricultural sector, but also water use, environment, life on water, life on land. Perhaps climate change is involved as well. So these are a few questions. Well, this is a question that I would like you to think about and perhaps answer. So how I can evaluate and assess the viability of the practice or project upscaling, taking into account different impacts. Are there any reactions to that? Is there something that comes to your mind? I have a volunteer.
Hi again. The first thing that comes to my mind is from every stakeholder's point of view, you can have one part of this analysis being done, but if you want the full analysis, you have to be several different actors to do it together to really assess it in a macro way, I would say. So collaboration is the key, as you said.
Thank you for this comment. It's a very good one because indeed the analysis will look very different if you engage different stakeholders and different if you just do the study on your own. So here co-creation, it's a very important aspect. Also, this is something that's actually very difficult to do like that on the spot. Quite often you need the analysis of different elements following a certain framework. Any other comment or idea that comes to your mind? Yes?
Country. We did it on we had a project covering 5,000 hectares, and there were 42 farmers. And of course, they wanted to use it themselves, but unfortunately, for small farms, it is very difficult. So the farmers, they don't have a capacity, they don't have technical means. That is why the problem, that's where the problem comes from. And it would be desirable that the local municipalities would take part and help in such projects, in such cooperations, And because for big farms, they have the potential, they have a capacity. So the main problem is that the smaller producers, smaller farmers, they are normally left alone. They don't enjoy any support from the municipalities, from the local government, and so on. That's the main problem. Thank you.
Этих регионов. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for sharing this example. This is actually a very good point as well. It will look very different for big farmers that have all the support and infrastructure and indeed the whole system, and very different for smallholder farmers that are often our main audience in the projects. This is also a case in Egypt where we had a project. The big farmers, they have capacity to adopt modern technologies and they will also get big subsidies. But for small farmers, this is very different. Indeed, adoption of the new technology is often difficult because it's expensive or you need still money for the years to be able to adopt it. So it's a good point. It differs for the audience. Any more comments from the audience? Also, just to check, audience online, do we have any comments from audience online? Okay. Okay, then I guess no questions related to that part. So for now, I would like to thank you and also finish this training with 10 minutes of break before the next one. We will be now going to the modeling that will be done by Dr. Maysam Rezai. So thank you very much for participating. If you have any questions, if you would like to know more about economic analysis and social factors involved in upscaling, economic analysis, and also stakeholder engagement, please let me know. I will be available here and also through the email. Thank you very much.
Dear colleague, hello. Did you download the software on your computer or not? If you need some the software, I can deliver to you by memory stick. Thank you so much. Hi. Yes. Yeah, 1 day. Yes. We pass the USB. Nobody has it, so yeah. Maybe the lady wants to play.
Good morning. Dr. Mason will take over about the training of the module of simulation of different scenarios in salt-affected soils and the management of irrigation in salt-affected soils. The program, it is public, and you can download from a link that is in the program. But if you want, we have copy in a USB, and those that do not want to go there and register, you ask, and I pass you the USB. And it is not, well, remember, the best if we get that this is a workshop so that you can run some results, but otherwise will be a demonstration. Did you wipe off mine? So if somebody wants the program, raise hand and I will pass you the USB. For free.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all the participants online and also our colleague here. So this is the website of PC Progress that you can find the software freely, and there are a lot of publications and explanation about the model and applications, different kind of situation of the phenomenon. So you can read it, you can register, download. Actually, the Hydrus 1D is freely accessible, but for 2D and 3D, you have to buy the license. So today we will go through the 1D modeling, and later on I just explain you how is the 2D and 3D model. So
there is translation. You need to be close.
yeah, I want to go there. Okay,
Microphone.
yeah, okay. Actually, today I want to introduce the using the hydrological model in salt-affected soil as well as different condition, soil pollution, irrigation, drainage, and other issues. So if you have any question, you can just send me an email. We can and I try to answer your questions. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. So, you know, I would like to start with the question: why should we use the model? Why should we model the phenomenon? And for answer to this question, answering this question, we have to watch out what we have. What is the observation that we have? Some of them are forcing data like precipitation, climate, and other things are the monitoring data that we collect from the field, like flow rate, infiltration, hydraulic conductivity, evapotranspiration, flood depth, groundwater depth, and other things. And however, we can measure them directly in the laboratory or in the field, or we can use the proxy data, proxy devices, or the methodology like pedo transfer functions to drive such a data. So what we want to do is to predict the flow rate of water or precipitations, like and forecast flood areas, water logging, water depth, leaching, and drainage in salt-affected soil specifically. So we want to use the model to predict, to understand the hydrology of the system, and mitigating the measurement against extreme designs or let's say the management. So some people are against model. They say, okay, it's impossible task. It's everything is complicated and it's underground. We can't use it, and the model is mathematics formula, and then it's simplified the phenomena very in different ways. So the model are wrong. But some people say, okay, it's useful because we understand the problem, and we predict and we learn what is the if we change some input data, and we learn what is the outcome of the management. So to answer the question, the first question is, or the most important question is, what kind of the model we have to use? The model should be free, a good model. Yeah. And the good model or largest database. Good model. And I think we have to consider it, you know. Sometimes we need some data. If we have good model, but if we don't have any data, so yeah. So now we go to the Hydrus 1D to 3D, which is simulate water flow and solute transport in 1, 2D, 2 and 3 dimensional variability saturated soils. And I would say that thousands of users around the world are using this software. And like right now, more than 3,000 papers are published using this software. So thanks to the authors, Professor Shemunek, Wangenochten, Khinsha, and Jacques, to develop this software. And I would refer the references that you can use it for further read to understand and evaluate the model. So the history is that it was developed in 90 decades in DOS. But after that, the Windows version came out in 98. And actually based on the publication around the world, they try to solve the bugs in the model. And right now we have the version 4.17 and 4.18. So in the last version or the previous version, they put the integrated irrigation, which is useful for irrigation scheduling. This automatically suggested that what time and how much water should be applied in the field. But take your care because you have to calibrate the model before using such a criteria. So this is some how the results of the model in the graphical, because they improved how it goes if you use the different kind of management, and the SAR or electrical conductivity can predict very well. So it's applied in agriculture, uses precipitation, irrigation, runoff, evapotranspiration, root water uptake, capillarizes, deep drainage, fertigation, pesticides, colloids, pathogens, and nanoparticles. You know, it's an extensive model and can be used in different kind of disciplines. So for industrial application, it goes to contaminated sites, pollutions, landfill covers, waste areas, radioactive waste disposals, and so on. I don't go through this industrial application. And also it goes, it uses in environmental aspects like ecological application, heat exchange and fluxes, nutrient transport, soil respirations, effect of climate change, and so it uses different modules for to cope up or solve the problem, and it goes to forward model, just put some data on it and run it and get some results. The simple way, just see what is the situation of your example or target, and later on you can use inverse modeling, which means you use some data, some observed data, and turn the model inversely. Actually, the model uses the observed data, try to find out the optimized parameter in it, and make a mismatch between observed and simulated. So it means you calibrated the model. So in between, you can use unsat chem. Unsat chem uses the chemistry in unsaturated condition, which we use the composition of soil, the composition of water or fluid in the model to see what is happening in the soil, and how much solute will be accumulated or transferred. And HP1, which is coupling with the hydrous with Frixie. The Frixie is the just coding model, uses such transport and general biochemical reactions, and you have to write your the equations like the chemical composition of your substance into the model and introduce that to the model. So let's go to the next slide. Yes, for the INSAS module, it uses different kind of composition of solutes, like aqueous component, complex species, precipitated species, and sorbed and exchangeable species of solutes. So I don't go to this one because just explanation you can find out in the internet on the website of the model. And for the governing equation, it uses Richard's equation for variables saturated from unsaturated to saturated condition, and solid transport, convection, dispersion equations, and heat movement if you want to consider in your situation, in your model or your example. So for water flow, Richard's equation, as I said, various model soil hydraulic parameters. You know, it implemented different kind of hydraulic models like Wangen-Ochten, Malem, Brooks and Corney, and other models into the model implementing them in the model itself, and consider preferential flow, isothermal and non-isothermal liquid and vapor flow. For this solute transport, it considered convection dispersive transport in liquid phases and diffusion in gaseous phases, linear and non-linear, and in zero order or second order, first order degradations. So also the Rosetta, probably you know that. It's kind of P2 transfer function. It's in black box. It's implemented into the model, and you will use some information of the soil layers, like texture, bug density, wilting point, and field capacity, and use those data to get the parameter of, for example, Wangen-Ochten or hydraulic parameter, let's say. So this is the Rosetta, which is implemented into the model. And as you can see, and later on, we can go to the model and see what we can get from that. So if you put the sand, silt, clay, and bug density, and you just predict it, you get the hydraulic parameters of your soil. So here, I would go to 2D, 3D, but very briefly, because it's commercial software, and I don't want to, or we can't actually do some training in this workshop. So for the 2D, 3D, as you can see, we can do it for furrow irrigation, and different kind of irrigation and cropping system in the field. And yes, let's go to the, it has different kind of features like simple, general, complete 3D, 2D, light, standard, and professional. So the professional one is completely complicated, and you have to really be expert on it to use the software. Again, it uses inverse solution on such module or HP2, called dual permeability and fumigants. And I just go to some slides. So That's the first session of my talk, the training, and I would like to go to the model itself because it would be very useful. You understand what I am saying about the model, and start with the example and explain the result of the example. Okay, so I give you like 1-2 minutes, and then go to the example one.
I think that you must be astonished by the complexity of the model. And it is like, you know, the biggest instrument of music in the universe. It is this organ, a pipe organ that has several keyboards, has keyboard as well for the feet, and a lot of registers. So, and this model is like that. And so, but you can start to play with one finger, ta, 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 ta. And this is the start, and you can make a simple reduction of several of the conditions. And I think that this is the demonstration that Dr. Mason will do. A simplified example, and later changing some of the conditions to check what happens. Because this to get the best results you want to get, the more data, accurate data you must have for input. So it is, but it is fantastic too, this one, and it is supported by thousands of publications.
So, this is the environment of the model. We have on the left side pre-processing window, on the right hand the post-processing. And I would go step by step to introduce the model to you, and later on I will use some data that I presented 2 days ago to as an example, and compare the result with some scenarios. So here is the main processes, and you know, first of all, if you want to run the model, just open it, click on the file. Yes. Make a new one and name it based on your soil or field. Just name it and say okay. So then you have the file, the empty file. So we are going to define some information, some input data in the model, and then run. So for the main processes, we say, okay, we want to use for water flow, and also maybe solute transport, because we want to know what is happening in the using the different kind of composition of water or soil, and root water uptake, because we are considering the crop and the yield. And you know, if you check everything, it becomes complicated. So I just, for the moment, I just give some examples and explanation, and maybe in the next example we can go through the each specific options in solute transports, like standard or major ion chemistry. So we just check water flow, solute transport, the standard solute transport, and root water uptake. So you can see it defines some extra lines, and we have to define the geometry of our observation, which means we have to say, okay, how many layers of our soil has got? Like 1, 2, 3, we define it. Do you follow me? No. So here we could say, okay, we have 3 layers, and the unit is in centimeter. We can choose in millimeter or meter, but I choose centimeter. And the depth of soil profile, it's depend on the observation again. We could use like 100 centimeter, 200 centimeter. It depends on the groundwater level actually, or free drainage condition. So in our case, we just use like 100 centimeter as a normal with deep groundwater level. So we use that one, the 100 centimeter. So that's the main geometry of the soil. So for the time, if we want to go simulate the whole season, we have to define, like we have from 0, the initial time, to like 365 whole day, or maybe we have like 100 days, for example, for wheat, from sowing to harvesting time, just we use 100. So I would suggest to use like the whole year, because we want to consider what is happening when we use the different kind of climate during the summer or precipitation in the winter. So for time step, we don't because you need some expertise to change the time step, initial time step, maximum time step, and minimum time step. I would suggest for the moment just take as they are now. And for in the box below, you can see the time variable boundary conditions. Time variable means each time. We said, okay, the time is day in the top left box. The time units is in second, minutes, hours, and days. We select days. That's okay. So in the bottom box, we have to check how many boundary we recorded, how many times, how many recorded we have every day, every half day, every hour, or every week. If we have like every day, so we would say, okay, we use the time variable boundary condition, and we have like 365, which means we have the meteorological data, evapotranspiration, precipitation in whole year in daily interval. So we use it in the model. If we have like 100 data, like every 2 days, every 3 days, we just say, okay, we in hand, we have like 100 data. We just specify here 100 data. So for the meteorological data, if we use the meteorological data in the model, we should specify them here. Otherwise, we can use the directly the evapotranspiration, which is can be calculated with the software that I put in the memory stick. Maybe you can get it, and just put some meteorological data on it and run it and get the evapotranspiration, because it would be very easy to handle your data later on, and don't mix the meteorological data with your output data. So that's from this window. Then we go for the next one. In the next one, we could say to the model, okay, print the output in regular time steps, like in one time at the end, or we can say, okay, I need the data every day. So it printed every day. Actually, it gives in some daily, because we specified the daily interval, but it printed in different files, the output files in the directory, and you can see the files and you can use it, you can get the data, the output data from that directory. Then I will explain you later. So I would say I need like 100 data here, or print times, and I use default. Let's say okay, and go to the next one. You see this in this picture. It is advised to don't change these values, the number of iteration, water content tolerance, and the sensitivity of the model, the output regards to the pressure heads and water content. However, if you got some complicated situation, and if you want to run the model perfectly, you will later on you get some hands-on on the model, and then you will change some values here, the optimal iteration, upper optimal iteration range, and lower one. So I would say don't change the values here, and my computer is shut down. Huh? Yes, I have to again. Sorry for the inconvenient issue. Yeah, it's sorry. Yes. Can you share the screen, colleague? Okay. So we go to the next window. You see here in the top part, we have to define the model, the hydraulic model. Probably you have you are familiar with Van Genochtana model or modified Van Genochten, Brooks and Quarry, and Kozivi. And normally in our situation in that region, we use Van Genochten and Muallim. And if you have to go to the literature, you can see 90% of the publication use that one, because it works very well in the situation of our region, because the developer are from Iraq, And they wrote a model, they developed a model like 30, 40 years ago. So I would suggest to use firstly this model. If it works, then go through. Otherwise, you can evaluate other models to see which one is the best in your situation. So we use the simple one. We don't go for the dual porosity in the middle box and no hysteresis in bottom box. And we go to the next window. So here we have 3 layers as we specified in the beginning, that in the geometry, okay, in the, there are the defaults, so we have to change them according to our observation. If we have the data from the lab, we can use those data here as a theta R, residual water content, saturated water content, alpha and N. Those are the parameter of water retention curve and saturated hydraulic conductivity. If we don't have, and they are not available yet, we can use soil catalogs. If we go to the the first layer and say, okay, we want the layer has got like sandy clay loam. If we check it and use the neural network, you see in the first line we changed the data based on the Rosetta. The Rosetta uses I told you it's a black box. Uses like 1,000 data from US survey data, like from 80th century, 80th decade, and they trained their model, and now we are using that one. Probably they are not worked in our region. So because if you have like silty soil or sandy clay loam, and you get some data like this, but based on your observation, you saw that the function of your soil is not like that. That saturated hydraulic conductivity would be like less than this one or even more than this one. So please change that one, because here the initial value of hydraulic parameter is the most important thing in this model. Consider it, and evaluate these values once you want to run the model. So for the next layer again, okay, I go to another thing in prediction of the hydraulic parameters, and using the neural network or Rosetta. If you check the textural classes like we did already, or we use sand, silt, clay content, and bug density. If we check it, I'll check this one. The boxes in front of sand, silt, clay, and bug density are active now. And you can use your data. Like say here we have 20% of sand and 30% of silt and 50% clay with bug density of 1.1. And just predict. It gives you some results. If you accept them, then they situated or placed in the row that the second row or first row that you already selected. You see, those values come in the first line. And for the second layer and third layer, again, you can do the procedure or maybe use your observed data. So That's the using the hydraulic parameter. For the boundary conditions, you have to define very well what kind of boundary condition do you have. Constant pressure head, like in rice, in paddy soils. If you cultivate rice, you have like always 10 centimeter of water, then you can say, okay, I always have like 10 or even like 7 centimeter of water. Or constant flux, you can say, okay, I always have like these fluxes in the soil, on top of the soil. Or atmospheric boundary condition, the normal thing that uses some precipitation and evaporation and evapotranspiration with surface layer or with surface runoff. Surface layer, which means if precipitation or irrigation comes, stay a little bit on top of the soil. If you use surface runoff, which means you have a little bit a slope and water goes through the soil. And the model for the simulation consider that one and generate some data for runoff. And you can see later on how we can use the amount of runoff based on our input data or irrigation. However, we can use variable pressure head or variable fluxes. You know, for variable pressure, again, in rice, we can use variable pressure head. If you measure the height of the water on rice field, every day, like one day is 8, the next one is 7, a day after like 7.5. Again, you get put water on it, and you have different values. So you measure them, and you can put those data in the model as a input data. That's for upper boundary condition. And you can see there is a box for tree-grade irrigation. It's inactive now because we didn't define everything in the model right now. And later on, if we check in the beginning, we can see the tree-grade irrigation. Just clicking on it and say the criteria of I have only like the 10 centimeter of water. Give me the right time for irrigation. It simulate the model and give some times to you that it is the best option for irrigation. For lower boundary condition, we have the constant pressure head or variable pressure head or variable fluxes, like a groundwater. You know, for groundwater level, if we have it, we can use it constant or variable pressure because it's fluctuated, and we use variable pressure head. Or free drainage, if we have a deep groundwater and if we put some water, it's flow into the soil, then we use free drainage. There are also deep drainage, seepage phases, and horizontal drainage in the model, and we can use it based on the situation of our example or problem. So that's all from this. Okay, again, doesn't work. Oh, yeah. In this page, we can select adjust the solid transport parameters and use the schemes, which kind of schemes are applied when we want to run the model. And normally, Garkin finite elements is the best option. And I would use that one. Normally in the examples and publication, they use that one. However, based on the experiences, you can change the schemes. So for the mass unit, you can define it, it's in millimole or microsiemens or whatever you have in your hand. And the stability criterion, just take it as a 2, as a normal thing suggested by the model, and use equilibrium model. And here in the bottom, you can use, okay, the tolerance of concentration, you can use any data like 2, 3, but it uses for non-linear problems. But normally here we use the linear one. We don't want to make so complicated the situation of solute transport. And for the number of iteration, we can use it like 100 of iteration, but it doesn't matter because we are going to the linear problem. So for the number of solutes, we can say, okay, we have like 2 solutes or 5 solutes based on the composition of water. We have one composition of precipitation. Normally, you can find in the literature, it's like fresh water, nothing in it. And you have the different composition of water because during the season, the quality of water is changed, and you can define, okay, I measured 4 times our water, our supplied water, and the quality did change. And then I have to, we use that one in the model. So we will go to the next page. For the bulk density, this is the material distribution, and we used at the beginning 3 layers. So here we use the bulk density of each layer and the dispersion or dispersivity. And normally for the dispersivity value, we take the 1/10 of soil profile depth. And it needs some experience to find out which one is the best, maybe larger amount or lower amount, lower value. So, but in the literature, they said that you can use 1/10 of your profile depth. However, I forgot to say you that here in the model, I will close it here now. We have help and user manual. In the user manual, if you click on it, you will have the user manual. And in the user manual, they explain what is the situation, what option you can take in really friendly way. And yeah, you can use that one. I don't want to share you because I go to the model now. So we were here. Yes. For diffusion, the water diffusion in the soil, we can use 2 meters or 2 centimeters per day per unit that we use, or diffusion of gases. Normally, if we don't consider the gases, so we just use the diffusion of water, and we could use 2. And however, it will change based on the composition of and the concentration of solute in the water. So we go to the next page. And for trace elements or pollutants, we can use the KD, the coefficient of each like substance. If we consider like cadmium, lead, other things, we can use this value. It's half time coefficient that you can find in the literature and use it. However, you can find them in the laboratory based on using some experiment, measuring some like kinetics in the lab to find out the real values based on your field observation or your soil. So there are for different layers. We had 3 for solute. I would say that if we use like 4 solutes or define some solute in the window. Let's go back. You see here, I put number of solute 4. 3 belongs to the soil layer, which means we have to define the composition of each layer, the concentration of solute, actually calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, sulfate, and alkalinity. Later on, we can see the page. And the next one, like here, I put 4. The next one would be like precipitation, the rainfall composition. So let's go to the, for the boundary condition of solutes, we can use the concentration flux or concentration boundary condition, which means we use some amount of salts on water, which goes to the add to the soil, and then we use like concentration boundary condition. And for lower boundary condition, we use the 0 concentration gradient, which means it goes from the highly concentrated solute to the dilution part, the dilution situation, the dilution of soil solution. So, and we consider this in liquid phases. Actually, for the trace element, we could use the total concentration because using in liquid phase, the trace element doesn't go to the liquid phase normally. And so for the trace element, we use total concentration, and for solute, which is so active, we use in liquid phase. So this is the information about the root water uptake. Normally, in the model, we have FEDES model and S-shaped model, and we use the FEDES model. It's like it goes in the beginning of growing in smoothly, and again sharply go up and reach to the maximum values. And for the stress, we can use no solute stress, or we can add some stress values here, like additive model or multi-active model. And you have to define here based on your observation, based on the physiological of your crop. That's probably you go to the field, you find out that that's this kind of this species of crop is the best option for our situation. So you collect some data on it, and you can use it. The threshold value of salinity, the threshold value of sodicity for that crop can be used in the model. So you know, in the bottom boxes, you can say, okay, how much concentration allowed for passive root water uptake, and which means you don't have any problem with this amount if you consider it. For example, for cotton, for alfalfa, you can use it 4 to 6 values for electrical conductivity, which means if it goes to 6, you don't have any problem with it when the crop is stable. In the beginning, you will have the problem because of the germination will affect by the salinity. So we don't use the active solute transport. We just want to go through to the results, and maybe later on I will explain you. So for the FEDES parameter, you can find it in the literature, or you can use the database here. They mention if you find your crop here, like corn, alfalfa, beans, and grasses, lettuce, and everything, every crop. If you find it here, just check it. Otherwise, you have to define it yourself based on your literature or based on the measurement, your observation in the field. And it says for like here P2L and P3, it's the maximum allowance of the water potential. And if the water potential reach to P2L, the crop get stressed, water stressed. And if it goes to 1,000, it's like a wilting point. Your plant will die. So you have to define it very well, because your yield and the root water uptake and solute uptake by the crop influences by these values. So that's important to take those values. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. My colleague told me it's coffee break, so we stop here for a while and come back, take a rest, and we will have a chat. And if you have any question, just come to me and we will answer you. Yeah, after the coffee break, I try to finish this explanation, the fundamental of the model, and go to the example to see what is the outcome of the results. Thanks. because the time is flying. So let me share the. We explain this. So let's start. Yeah, I think I should have started. So once we define the parameter of our crop, or define specified from here, for example, here we have alfalfa or we have wheat. Let's check it. Or onion, potato, carrots, lemon, maybe corn. Next. And in this table, we have to put our observation, the precipitation, evaporation, or evapotranspiration here, and transpiration. For transpiration, we can put specify that if we have leaf area index, we could say, okay, we have some crop data like leaf area index, and we put the evapotranspiration itself and leaf area index. The model try to simulate and separated the potential transpiration and actual transpiration. So the C top here is the mean concentration of water which is applied, and C bottom is the concentration of, for example, groundwater level. So if you have the specified the boundary groundwater boundary condition or variable boundary condition, bottom boundary condition, you have to specify the concentration here. You just say code 1, 2, or 3. So maybe in the example I can explain you better. Then if we put next, it summarizes the information, the profile, soil profile. It says that we have like the 100 soil depth, and we didn't yet specify the root distribution. It shows 0 in different axes. Actually, here is we have just only vertical axis, and also material. So I close it here and go to the graphical editor. Doesn't come. No, not a stop. I should go to Zoom. Share screen. This one. Yeah. If we go to the graphical editor, we will have this window. And in this window, we have to define the root distribution. And material layer, the depth of material. So far, we just say, okay, we have 3 layers. Now we have to define the depth of each layer. And also the initial condition. The initial condition says how much water or moisture are in each is in each layer, or maybe we use water content or water potential. So first we go and the most important thing here is the discretization. You know, normally we use the uniform distribution when we don't have the extreme demand at top of the soil. If we have it, which means lots of inputs, precipitation and evapotranspiration is happening on top of the soil, then we have to focus further in top of the soil instead of bottom. And if we consider the drainage and then fluctuation of groundwater level, we have to focus on that part. So here we can define the density, change the density. The lower density, we say, okay, the lower density would be like 10. Sorry. You see, for example, for groundwater fluctuation or a study or drainage, if we use this discretization, which means the model concentrated on the bottom of the soil profile. It would be more than the top of the soil profile, or we can change it or leave it as it is, like 1, or leave it for the moment. And for the material distribution, we can say, okay, we have 0 to 30 as a first layer, and for the second layer would be like from 30. And at the bottom of the window, you can see the letter Z and the number. The number is in minus value. It says that showing the depth of the profile. So if you would say, okay, we start from 30. Yeah, here for example till here we have the second layer. And again, click on condition and start from that location of the bottom of the second layer to the end of the profile and say, okay, this is the third one. Yeah. It depends on how many layers you have, and you can specify based on your observation, field observation. And for root water uptake, actually, you have to know what kind of the distribution of your crop is, the root distribution. Sometimes we say, for example, for wheat, it started from like 2 centimeters of topsoil. We have the like 90% of density of root and decreases by depth to 30 centimeters. And I would say, okay, I started from top to like 3 centimeters, 3.6 centimeters. I say, okay, maybe use one. And from 3 to like 20, I say 1 to 100 or 90. And from that location to the like 30 centimeter, 33 centimeter, I say, okay, from 90 to 0. It says that root density concentrated between like 15 centimeter to 25 centimeter. And this is another important parameter that you should take into account when you want to model the root water uptake. So that's, or you can use the simplest way, like say, okay, from top to bottom, 100, 1 or 1, 1. Which means it would be uniform distribution of your root. Why? You have 3 layers or 4 layers. Sorry, my colleague had a question and then I answered her. So that's for root water uptake. And another thing that you can use it here is the observation nodes or observation depth. Probably during the growing season, you go to the field, collect some samples, or maybe you have sensor measuring water content. You just insert into soil, and by the time or by time interval, you have the values. So if you want to compare the result of the model and the values of like water content or EC or SAR, you have to specify the depth here. The model generate all data correspond to each node, you know, and then you can compare the result based on your observation, based on the depth or layer. So you could use insert and put a specified depth that you install your sensor or collect the sample. Probably like here, like 10 centimeter, 25 centimeter, and like 50 centimeter. Just insert it and right click on it. And that's all. Save it and finish it. When I close it, then I should again go to the model itself. Yeah. So if we want to show this profile summary here, you see we changed the discretization, so the interval is changed from 0 to 1.8. It was already 1 by 1, but now it's changed, and it's reduced. The distance, the interval is reduces by increasing the depth, and the depth of the profile is 100 centimeter. The root distribution we checked is as a uniform from 0 to 25 or something like that. You see? And for material distribution, if you see the column, the number 2 correspond to second layer and 3 to third layer. Just check it, everything here when you want to run the model, and say next, and run the model. Once you run a model, you get the screen with different values, with time interval, start to simulate it. Then you put push enter key on the keyboard, and you will get the result. And in post-processing, you have all the results that you can consider and you can use in your report. For example, for observation points, you can present the pressure head by the time. Actually, here we didn't use the meteorological data. The model just uses it as a 0 values, then it goes to the uniform pressure head and water content. And if we see the water content, again, it's same as the water potential, and it's a start from 24, 25 to like 21. It didn't change too much, you know. It means nothing happened in the model. So let me start with the example, and I will go to the presentation. Probably this one. Just explain the. Consider this profile, this one. It's 100 centimeter depth with 4 layers, and we used for the question was what kind of irrigation is suitable for this land. It is sodic and saline soil. So we wanted to extend the drip irrigation or furrow irrigation in those lands. So I got the data and I put into the model. Let me again back to the model. Just open the project. Yeah. I go so fast because I explain everything, just give the situation of my profile and the data. I try to simulate water content, solute transport, and measure ion chemistry and root water uptake. My profile had got four layers, and the unit was in centimeter with the depth of 100 meters. So I had got like I would put for one year the final time for growing season and after that to see what is happening around. So the time unit is daily, and initial time step I use as it was. So, okay, no. So next, for print time series, I use like 250 because I wanted to evaluate it every week. And I needed those data to generate during growing season. And I put like 250, the maximum allowance. So I went to, the time, I used the default values here. Yeah. Okay. I didn't change the iteration criteria and use Wangenochten and Muallim without air entry value, without dual porosity, no hysteresis, just a normal. It's just a simplification, you know. So I had 4 layers, and based on the observation, I put the data based on the laboratory water retention curve, you know, to drive those data from water retention data, we can use Red Sea software. The Red Sea software is freely available. You can find it from the PC Progress website, and you put your the potential, the metric head, and water content, and just predict, try to predict it, and they give it gives you the Van Genochten and Moellem parameters, or if you change to different model, it gives you different values for different parameters. So for each layer, I put the observed data. So I use the as a bottom upper boundary condition, atmospheric boundary condition with surface layer, and bottom boundary condition, free drainage. And here, because I had leaf area index, and I said, okay, I need the optimum value of yield, and I considered that the leaf area index would be the optimal value. So based on the literature, I got the data and I put into the model. And this one is the maximum head at the surface soil surface. So like 1,000 is too much, and then it's okay. You can do it like 2,000, but not less than 1,000. So if we go to the next page, yes, the mass unit, I used milligram, and for the composition, I used 6 because I have rainfall, I have the irrigation water, and 4 layers. 4 soil layers, irrigation water, and the precipitation. And for the absorb concentration combination, I used 1 and simplified it. And I didn't consider the precipitation, so I used 1. So in this window, I put the composition based on the laboratory experiments: calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, alkalinity, sulfate, color, and tracer. If you want to check the results, here as a tracer, you can put your EC values. And when it starts to simulate as a tracer, it gives some values for tracer. And you can compare these values with the EC generated in model as a output. And you can compare, okay, that's simulated well or not. For the absorption concentration, I leave out as 0 because I don't want to consider that one. Let's go to the next window. For the kinetic, I didn't consider the kinetic dissolution precipitation. So for the bulk density, I can use it like the observed values, or maybe change it a little bit based on your experiment. Actually, we didn't measure the bulk density at that moment, and I put 105 for all our layers. The water diffusivity, the diffusion, I put 2. The dispersivity, I put 1/10 of the profile length. And I didn't have CEC values, so I put 0. For solute transports, we used concentration flex boundary condition, and for lower boundary condition, we use 0 concentration in liquid phases. So, and we use I used FEDES model, and for the stress model, multiple active model or threshold model I used, and critical stress index was 1. and you can use it like 90%, which means you allow to the model or to the crop to survive in 10% fluctuation of the stress here. Then I put full stress. If the solute gives some stress to the plant, then the water, like root water uptake will change. So next one, yeah, for wheat. You know, there are the threshold value for wheat that it's already in the model, and it says, okay, if the potential reach to that value, so we have a osmotic problem for the plant. And the next graph, you know, it's also reviewing the previous talk. So here I put the precipitation, potential evapotranspiration, and leaf area index for whole season. And you know, here the practice was we considered this value is too much, like 20 centimeter, which means it's a pre-irrigation or leaching amount, which means we put like 20 centimeter as the farmer trying to use that one in the field. In the beginning of before the growing season, they put like 20 centimeter, let the soil leach, and after 20 days, they try to sow wheat. So, and after like 10 days, here, we had irrigation, like every 2 days, I had applied the irrigation. You see? And the C-top is coding of the concentration. In previous, let's go back. Here, you can see we have 6 solution composition. The first are corresponding to soil layers, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and layer 4. The 5th one is for irrigation, and the 6th one is for precipitation. You can see it's almost 0 for the precipitation. So in the variable boundary condition, for like here, for precipitation is 6. The code is 6. And for irrigation, let's go here. For example, it's 5, which means it's considered the composition of water, applied water. And next, this is the summarize of our model. I will go to graphical editor quickly. And this is the distribution, sorry. Yeah, the distribution of layers based on our observation. We dug a profile and we collect some samples, and then we measured everything. And we use the pedogenic layers as a functional layer here. So as a root water uptake, as I explained you, I said, okay, the maximum density is from 15 to 25. And for the observation, we had like 4 observation at 4 layers. Then I put the observation notes there. And for the condition, for initial condition, I used water content, and I said, okay, in the beginning, it was like 20% of water content and uniformly distributed in this. So, okay. So back to the model itself and run it. Okay, you see here, you can execute the model with this hand. Yes. Okay. And it takes like 1 minute, 2 minutes to give the results. And here I have the screens, the black one. It started to calculations. Yeah. Yes. For the observation point, let's see what it simulated. Here, at the beginning, we have like 20 centimeter of water as a pre-irrigation or leaching practice. And starting like irrigation during the season. And after that, the soil moisture drops down. You see, there are for different layers. And then at top, we have, let I show the legend to see. Actually, it wasn't at the border in the east of Iran, and they cultivated wheat in autumn, the beginning of autumn, and harvested in the beginning of Bahar, the beginning of after end of the winter. Maybe it depends on the climate. If it would be warmer end of the winter, or maybe 20 or 1 month later, the spring. So, legend. Let me show the legend here. You can play with the graphs to visualize if you want to use this graph in your report. Put like legend, like location. I would say, okay, here, visible, over there, or maybe the middle, apply it. Okay. As you can see, for node 1 and 2, the water content is less than node 3 and 4, which means the water flow through the soil, and topsoil are drier than subsoil. Okay, I want to show the another results. So maybe we can go to water flow and actual root water uptake. And here you can see the actual root water uptake. And if you compare it with potential root water uptake, you can see how is the gap between the yield with the potential yield and the actual that you simulated by the model. And yes, let's go to maybe solute. And here you have the infiltration data. It shows you the cumulative infiltration during the season based on applied water. And we don't have a snow layer, maybe concentration. This is potential root water uptake. As you can see, it's reached to 80 centimeter. And if we go to actual one, you see it's simulated during growing season, and in sometimes it goes up, and then during like end of the season we have more water uptake by the plant. And so that's all things in graphical editor. And I forget to say that if you want to use the model, there are several examples in Project Manager. You can use them or learn from them, because in the user manual they mention about these examples, and then you have the project. You can run it. You can have a look at the results to see what is happening in the model. And for example, 1D drainage, the whole season grass, water flowing grass, you can find out here. So okay, we did it. And if we go to the directory that the model generated the result and put the result, because it's generated and saved the result in the directory in text file, CSV files, and you can use it in Excel file, or you can program it with and read it or retrieve it with the program. So I will go to the directory to show you how is the data that generated already. So as you can see, there are different files which is generated. All the input information you can find here. If you like, for example, give me your example or your files. I just have a look to the, for example, atmospheric in, and say, okay, maybe something is wrong, or how much does the evapotranspiration and etc. And for observation nodes, if we open it, you can't see it. I have to share this file as well. Just figure out how it's look like. You see, the first column is the time for node 2, which means it's located at 2 centimeter. We have water potential, water content, fluxes, and that's for water content. And we have also these values for SAR, EC, sodium, and other solute concentrations. So that's for examples that we run for a scenario of drip irrigation. So if we change the input values, consider that, okay, we have furrow irrigation, and we only had 5 times of irrigation, like each time 13 centimeter of water. So what would be the results? So here I compare the results, and I would like to share with you Can you see? Yeah. This is example of two profiles that I run in drip irrigation and furrow irrigation, and compare EC values and SAR for two profiles. The first profile on the left, it was not saline soil, more or less, and our water was a little bit salty, like a brackish water. And when we used the scenario of furrow irrigation, here, this is EC values, and that's SAR value. When we compare with drip irrigation, here, I found out that the drip irrigation gives us the higher value of electrical conductivity and SAR. It was surprised us, you know, because normally people say, okay, drip irrigation is very nice and successful in salt-affected soil. But when we run the model, we find out, opposite results. And we again went for another profile, which was saline and also alkaline. So we found out again the drip irrigation gives a little bit more EC values and SAR. However, for SAR was the same for the saline soil, but for EC values, drip irrigation was not so successful. But as an extension sector, what we could do to the or say to the farmer, because they wanted to use the drip irrigation, and we said, okay, if you want to do so, you have to evaluate your field. And if you have, for example, orchards, you can do it, but the monitoring system should be set up over there. Otherwise, you will lose your orchards. And this is in that situation, yes, yeah. I mean, actually, we said, okay, give the interval of watering should be like larger, because the atmospheric demand is very high over there. The potential evapotranspiration is like 4,800 millimeter per year, which means if you put lots of water, it's evaporated, and the topsoil gets saline. So it would be better to increase the interval of your irrigation, give much amount of water, and the water drain to the soil, and maybe later on crop can get some water. Instead of giving some like a small water every day. But however, in such case, in another profile, the situation was better, because it was highly saline and alkaline, and when we use that drip irrigation, it gives some better results. So it suggested us that we have to use site-specific practice, and at each location, at each field, we have to use, okay, you can use it. But, and another thing, you know, I run these scenarios, for example, drip irrigation and furrow irrigation for whole plain, like for 312 profile. And let me show. you know, I use a Python program, try to put all the data in a text file, say to the Python, okay, open the model, collect the data for that location, put in the model, run the model, and save the output data in the directory, defined directory. So go to the next one. And yeah, within 1 hour, it solved for like 300 locations. By hand, it took like, it takes like 1 year to do so. So we did it, and I compared the EC and SAR values every 2 weeks to see what is happening in the model. And maybe, I don't know why, not showing the photos. I don't know why. Okay. Maybe I close it. Sorry, just a moment. I'll open the PowerPoint again. Maybe a colleague? Yeah. You see, this is the initial condition of the plane. And yeah, I run the model. I told you we got the data and we try to interpolate the data and get a map based on our simulation. They are projected here. These maps are the measured value of SAR and EC of our root zone from 0 to 50 centimeter. And in the next slide, yeah, you can see the fluctuation of EC at top and SAR at the bottom. And if we compare it with drip irrigation, we found out that the drip irrigation gives us a higher value of SAR. However, the EC values got less, but we have problem with SAR. And it suggested us, if we have the alkaline soil, we have to consider the composition of water and applied water, and also use some amendment like gypsum. So yeah, based on that, we went to the field again, we put some gypsum on it, and we had an experiment, and we got a better results. So that's a model that suggested that we learned something is wrong, and then we have to use something else, or maybe the methodology, or maybe the cultivation, or maybe the tillage system, to find out what kind of management or practice is the best, and deliver to the farmer. So based on that, we said, okay, for the leaching practices, because we also played with leaching, how much water and when we should apply, and based on the knowledge of the farmer. You know, some farmers said, okay, we after the harvesting, we put some water and let drain the salts, or when the water during the summer evaporated so fast, the salts come out and we lift the salt. So we don't have any problem when we want to cultivate. Another one said, okay, we put some water at the beginning, for example, beginning of autumn, let like 20 days and cultivate. So we played with that and we find out we have to consider all the practices together, which means if we use at the end, based on the availability of water and the quality of water, we can use it. And during the growing season, it doesn't need too much water for drainage and reclaim of the soil. Just need some extra water as a, like, if we put like 10 centimeter as a irrigation, like 3 to 5 centimeter for leaching. So it helps the farmer and they get better yield, not at the optimum values, because they practice and they got like 1 ton per hectare or even less. When we use the practices, when we deliver the information to them, it went to like 2.2 tons per hectare. We were so happy, because sometimes when you get give some advice and you get like 100% improvement, then you are so lucky and you're happy that you at least your work is valuable. So that's from these scenarios. Then I would like to finish it. And is there any question? I can answer it. And of course, there is my email address, and you can use. Always welcome to write me, and I try to answer you once I get it. So, is there any question? Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Nariman Nishanov. I'm working in FAO-Uzbekistan. Currently Chief Technical Advisor in the Land Degradation Neutrality Project.
Yeah.
For Uzbekistan, JEF funded. So my question is related to your conclusions on the drip irrigation.
Yeah.
How many cases have you analyzed, and was this surprising effect observed in several cases? This is basically my question.
Yeah, actually we can't upscale these results. These results belong to that region, because that region we have like Hamun Lake, probably you have heard, and in some part the groundwater level is about like 5 meters, and some part like 120 meters. So we have different value of groundwater. So and we have alluvial soils, which means in some part we have like 5 centimeters of sand or silt above clay, or vice versa. So, or maybe more or less. So it affects their results. And I told you already that we have to take into account the site-specific management. Actually, in that region, I may go to the presentation to show the graphs. Actually, we didn't sharply say, okay, no drip irrigation, but we said, okay, if you want to do the drip irrigation, just consider these criteria. We write some criteria for them, And yeah, the extension over there, the agricultural sectors over there, try to help them. And because, you know, it's very difficult because it's for the technology, you know, implementation in that region, the government gives some subsidies. So convincing the people that don't do that, it's very difficult. So sometimes we have to make something between scientific, scientific view and also implementation and extension. So as you can see in this slide, we have different areas, different units. Those units had, like we called it water units, which means they got the water because we had settled the water supplies, like designing this kind of constructions over there, and at each unit got at the same time water. So based on that, we said, okay, in the southeast, the salinity is very low. You can use the drip irrigation, but upper part, no. In the north of the region, we said definitely don't use drip irrigation. And yeah, in some part in the east, it depends on the cultivation, the different kind of cultivation. They use drip irrigation, and we had pilot over there, and then was successful comparing with furrow and drip irrigation. So sometimes it gives some tricky because, you know, for drip irrigation, when you use tape on top of the soil, or maybe dripper, you get completely different results because the wetting front of the water, it's yeah, the behavior is completely different because yeah, the water comes, you have like fresh water in the center, or low salinity in the center, and around it we have high salinity and high saline soil. And if we take out the tape and again we tilt the soil, so we get worse situation because salt accumulated in some part. And when we make a mix like 20, because the energy over there is very expensive. They can't find as a normal in the country, because at the border of Afghanistan, and then there are several problems with that issue. So they try to make as less as input of money on the agriculture and gets more results. And we try to help them in that way. So that's all. Maybe later on we can find another solution for them, or yeah, suggestion. Thank you. And is there any other question? Yes, please.
I just would like to know. One, two, three, test. Can you hear? So my question is, since Kazakhstan has transnational rivers, and due to climate change, drought, and lack of water for irrigation, 5 years we have piloted the drip irrigation for growing the rice in Almaty, this region of Kazakhstan. And there, generally speaking, so this actually proved to be efficient in terms of, you know, saving and conserving the resources and the seeds, everything. My question: what parameters So this drip irrigation, what are the parameters that this drip irrigation can affect negatively? Yeah, you said about the upper layers. Are there any other parameters that the drip irrigation may impact negatively? Maybe the humus content may be removed, but when we apply, for example, the furrow irrigation. So because drip irrigation actually basically ends up with positive result. So what are the parameters that the drip irrigation may influence negatively other than the salinity? Thank you.
It's a really nice question. And I would say we should evaluate based on the quality of your water and the situation of the field, and the dry practice of rice production is going to be common also in Iran. And yeah, sometimes if you don't have a really saline soil, or maybe the quality of water was very better than ours in our case, and so you don't have any problem with this in 5 years. And probably if you go for like 10, 20 or 15 years, then the problem will go up. So we don't know. Maybe you won't have any problem with, will not have any problem with this salinity using drip irrigation in rice fields. So it depends on your soil layers, the boundary conditions, the groundwater level, and the quality of water and what applied water. Actually, you can use or combine furrow irrigation and drip irrigation together. Maybe sometimes you can use some. It's not advised, but maybe like a leaching can help to leach the solute from the soil. That's all from my side. And as I told you, the site-specific management is so important. It's my results cannot be generalized for whole world or another region in my country. So that's all from that region. So I emphasize that this is happening if we use drip irrigation. And maybe they spend a lot of money. The farmer bought a lot, try to invest, so they don't get a good result. So I said, okay, watch out, try to make like something between and consider everything around, and consult that with the extension services. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You are most welcome. Is there any question from our online? Maybe chat before. Yes, I see. Presentation can the model float irrigation. Yes, you can record the. Yeah, it's finished already. Yes. Yeah, they asked me I should provide the email. Can the model be used in non-level and flood irrigated fields? Yes, it can be used. And actually, if you go to 2D or 3D, you can give the slope. And for 1D model is really tricky, talking about the slope, but for flat area, yeah, then you can use it. So another question. Yes, actually the tutorial it's available on the website, not like as I explained here, but you can find the examples in Project Manager. Once you install the program on your computer, and you could use user manual. They explain the example. You can run the model, and they describe the results and interpret the result. You can use them. And another thing, because there are a simple run, you know, for example, for water flow, they just run the model as for water flow. That they said, okay, this is the graph, and says like I said, soil water content fluctuated like this, and interpreted the graph. But once you want to use the model and you have the specific question, you have a lot of work to do. So at that moment, you will have questions. Right now, you just try to generalize the information, but at that moment, you get the technical. You need the technical information. So I advise to use that information and also literature. So actually, the model is running at a point, but if you use or run it in parallel, you can use it at different scales, as I used for example, for a plane with 46,000 hectares. I also use this approach in the Netherlands, and at that field, I try to optimize the irrigation management, and we find out in some part of the field doesn't need any irrigation, because the groundwater level was high, like 40, 50 centimeter, and another part of the field was like 100 or 150 centimeter. So we said the groundwater with capillarized, provide some water to your crop plants, and don't need any extra water. And if you irrigate that land, you lose some water for the operation, and also you pollute. The nitrate leaching will happen at that region with low groundwater level, shallow groundwater level. So it was very interesting result that was published in like computer and software in agriculture or something like that. I don't remember exactly. So and the farmer was so glad, you know. The cost benefit was like around €100 per hectare, and he calculated, and it was like €10,000 per year. He can save based on our suggestion, and he did it. He was very satisfied, and we defined another project based on that observation. And I would like to thanks to all the people who made footprints in our science, our knowledge. And actually, there is no limitation to use this model in terms of soil, climate, and geographical area. No problem at all. Why did I use daily time interval? We can use time monthly, we can use hourly, we can use in seconds. It doesn't matter. It's based on the duration, the growing season, or if you do something in the laboratory, for example, the column experiment, you have to use like in minutes as a time interval, because it's in control condition and you can collect anything and the data set. So in the field, maybe 1 hour or a bigger interval is better. And actually, if we go to like hourly interval or minute interval, it get more accurate data. Give us more accurate data. So another question. Yeah, ask me, can I get access to the model? Yes, the model is freely available. You could use register in PC Progress website and download Hydrus 1D. And you can also download a demo version of Hydrus 2D and then 3D. They also put some examples, but you can't run the model 2D and 3D, but you can see already the geometry and the results. And also 2D and 3D also had give the user manual and example. Then you can get used to already somehow without getting a license. So that's all. Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions? If no question, no activity there. You have question? No. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much. Indeed. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you so much for being here and listening to me and my colleague, and we try to deliver some information and want to say, okay, this is the model, what you can get from the model, and maybe later on you can address the model to your colleague, to the user who wants to use really and solve the problem. So this is our tasks that we had in mind. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can go for lunch or have a chat. Yeah.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, we were asked to make group photo because of today many new participants, new colleagues. Please, before lunch, on background of this banner, we have to go to this place right here to make group photo. Thank you.
You ready? Okay, we are ready to make a start. Firstly, thank you so much for coming this afternoon and tearing yourself away from the dinner table, the lunches table. Today, we're going to talk about mapping the salt of the earth at a scale where we're interested in doing management. But I will be showing you some global case studies. Secondly, I just quickly want to thank Maria for the opportunity to be here today and for inviting me to present this workshop. Maria Konushkova, all of our friend. Firstly, given I am now in New Zealand, it's customary to introduce yourself with your association to the land or to the soil. Because it's one thing that I think humans have forgotten to do is acknowledge where they come from, and that is from Mother Earth. And so for me, the Pepeha is a way of introducing myself relative to my connections to the earth. And it's a Maori tradition. They're the indigenous people of New Zealand. So the Acropolis is the mountain that speaks to my heart because my heritage, as you can see from my name, is Greek. The Parramatta is the river that alleviates my worries. And that's the river that goes through the middle of Sydney, which is my birth city. However, I recognize the ancestral and spiritual landmarks of New Zealand, or Aotearoa, which is the land of the long white cloud. My name is John Triantafyllis, and literally in Greek, it means 30 petals. Trianta is 30, petals is phylla. So that's two Greek words I've told you or taught you. The third Greek word is when you put the whole name together, pronounced Triantafylla in Greek. And that means a flower. So first question for the audience is, what flower do you know has 30 petals, is the most romantic flower, and has a perfume all of its own? What's the most romantic flower that you'll give someone, say, on Valentine's Day? The rose. So my name in Greek means rose. So there's three Greek words that I've taught you today. So you can't go away and say you haven't learned something from me. Okay, that's a little bit about me. Here's a little bit about what I've learned about Uzbekistan. And whilst it seems like a tragic, sorry story, it's a story that resonates through recent history and from antiquity. So this story is a tragic story from history, from 10,000 years ago to today. And it's only going to get worse unless we start reconnecting with the soil and the water that we use to feed ourselves and to clothe ourselves. So I'm not singling out Uzbekistan here because this is a global problem from antiquity. But in Central Asia, nearly 60% of the population depends on agriculture for food security, society well-being, and income for the region. And in fact, 100%, let's be honest. However, 40 to 60% of all the irrigated land is salt-affected or waterlogged, with the most affected being Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, 50%. We'll see that on the field trip, I suspect. Kazakhstan and Turkey. And we'll see this tomorrow. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it, but I'm really also quite frightened about what we might see. But we're here to try and actually learn from it
and hopefully help make it better. And the reason why it's a problem is that this particular map shows the major rivers through this part of Central Asia. Now, excuse my poor pronunciation. It's good. The Sir Darya is the river that goes through Uzbekistan, and the Amur Darya goes through Tajikistan and Turkmenistan to the south. And both of them have brought economic prosperity to these two nations since the 1960s. However, as a consequence of the removal of the water from these rivers into the irrigation channels, means that we are moving the salt which is naturally accumulating in the soil into areas where it shouldn't be going. Also, that extraction of the water from the rivers means that this ecological area known as the Aral Sea, which was a very rich fishing area, has collapsed. It's gone from what you see in 1957 there, that blue area, to something akin to about 15 to 20% of its previous size and volume. So the fishing industry's collapsed. The drinking water has been compromised throughout the two basins. Soil salinization affects 50% of the irrigated lands. And there's a proliferation of dust storms with the salt-laden seabed floor being deposited all around the region. And as you see at the top here, population has boomed as a function of that use of the water, which is great. The irrigated area has expanded, lots of wealth, but slowly but surely the withdrawal means that the sea is diminishing and the land is becoming saline, and the ability to feed these people is only going to be harder with climate change and with further salinization. So the problem is going to get worse before it gets better. So what do we need to do? Firstly, we need to understand the extent of the problem. And the Global Soil Map, which is an FAO initiative, seeks to map the salt-affected soil through the technical specifications and through the technical manual. And they use a digital soil mapping approach to actually make a map of the extent of the problem. So knowledge is power, and knowledge of the extent of the problem means we know where it is and how we can start to work out where we should start managing it and where should we actually get more detail. Hopefully that helps us manage and restore areas lost, but also helps governments and regional areas to actually invest in money to actually address the problem. However, the remote sense data is only a reflection of the topsoil. So it's only giving information about what the light that's reflecting off the planet is actually be able to be detected from the satellites. So we only can really see what's happening at the top here. So this is the extent of the salinity across the top from non-saline, less than 2 decisiemens, to strongly saline, 8 decisiemens or more. Here we see a leached, or here we see a normal salinity profile, which is non-saline at the top and saline at the bottom. And this is what we see in lots of arid and semi-arid areas of the world. And this is fine because most plants, they can survive down here. Cotton starts to become affected at about 8 decisiemens, wheat at 6, barley at 8. So with this normal salinity profile, which we see in most arid and semi-arid areas in Australia, in Uzbekistan, in the US, everywhere, is fine, a natural state. However, when we start irrigating, because this is a very fertile soil usually, or very good soil to grow in. We start to leach this salt, and our profile starts to look like this one, non-saline all the way down. Even better, we're pushing the salts further down into the soil. However, in these landscapes, there's always a problem because there's rocks underneath. So the water with the salts hit the rocks and they start to come up. And worse still, sometimes those rocks are ancient marine rocks, lots of salt stored in them. So we start to bring the salt in the water back up. Gets to about 1 meter, water and the salts, and then through something called capillary rise, the water and the salts come up, and the water eventually gets to the top, and the water can evaporate. Yeah? But can the salt evaporate? The salt starts to increase. Exactly where we don't want it to be. So at 8 decisiemens, cotton, wheat, barley, all these crops start to become affected by the salt. And this is the reason why we have the salinity issues in the US, in Australia, and Uzbekistan, and Central Asia. So we need to actually work out where these processes are going on, stop the water going out of this type of soil, change the salinity in this one back to this one, and manage our soil and our water sensibly to improve the soil condition so that it's more capable to produce the capital value that we need to sustain Uzbekistan, Australia, and the US. So what we need to do, rather than use satellite data, is we need to use a way to actually look into the soil without taking too many samples. Because unfortunately, to get this information, it costs a lot of money. How many soil samples do we need to characterize this profile? How many soil samples do you think you would take? 1? Is 1 enough to make that profile? No? 2? 3? Maybe? 4? Probably 5 samples. But it's expensive because each one of those samples, to determine with what's called the saturated electrical conductivity of a paste, the ECE, could cost a lot of money. Who wants to spend, and how long does it take to actually do that measurement of the electrical conductivity of a saturated soil paste extract? How long does it take? Anyone know? It takes you at least maybe 2 days. So you have to pay someone to do that. And maybe you can do 60 in a day, maybe you can do 30, but that costs a lot of money. In Australia, it costs a lot of money. And as a scientist, they're not going to give me a lot of money to do the research. So I have to do it cheaper than this, because to find one profile like this, 5 samples, could cost me, let's see, maybe $1,000, no, $200 US, maybe, for one. But we need the information in a large area. So it becomes very expensive if you want to do 100. Yeah? So we need ways to actually value add to the small number of those samples that we can take. Because what we need to do is see into the earth without taking too many samples. So we have to think of a way to look into the ground to actually tell us the story about where the salt is. So in 1991, when I was a young man and I was starting off on my PhD journey, I had a dream. And my dream was to work out a way to do this using electromagnetic induction. And surprisingly, whilst I started with this instrument and this part of the electromagnetic spectrum down here, there are new technologies and new techniques where we can use the visible near infrared and also gamma ray spectrometry to actually help us to do our work in salinity measurement, management, and monitoring. Today, I'm going to focus on electromagnetic induction, which is at the larger, longer wavelengths. So, what I'm going to tell you about is a process called digital soil mapping. And this is the science in soil science of predictive soil mapping, where we use computers to make digital maps of soil type, but also of soil properties or the condition. And the condition I'm mostly going to focus on is salinity, but the instrument can actually do other things, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So digital soil mapping is that you can't get away from the fact that you still need soil data from the field and soil data from the laboratory. You still need that soil data. It's just that it helps us to work out where to take the samples and then value add to those samples when we do take them through spatial and non-spatial models. So we use the digital data, make a model with the soil data, and because we have more digital data, we can make a map from that model. So on the right, you see we still need the soil samples. On the left, sorry, on the right, you're going to use these proximal sense data, or remote, and we're going to put those two data sets together to actually help us make a more accurate map. And at the end of the day, what it is that we get with these semi-automated techniques is that we acquire the soil data, we acquire the digital data, we model it and process it, and then we can visualize the information. So then we can manage. These green bits are the same, we can manage them the same. This blue bit is different, we can manage that one different. And that's what digital soil mapping actually helps us do at a higher resolution than the soil data alone. So, at this point, when I give a lecture, I like to sometimes show a music video, but I probably won't show it today. But if you want to know the video, I will share that with you on the field trip. Okay. For those of you who have headphones, you might want to listen to it now, but you'll miss out on a great story here. But it's Electric Love by Bjorn. I don't know if you know that song. Yeah. So it's a cracker, isn't it? Yeah. Very good song. Anyway, it's probably culturally not appropriate to show it here. So, we're going to stick on the higher wavelength. Yeah, it's the afternoon. We can relax a bit. So don't loosen up. You know, it's all good. Okay, now I need to tell you why it is that this instrument changed my trajectory in my career. So, when I first started to look at the literature, I didn't really understand the way it worked, but everyone was starting to use it. Well, a few people. And over the last 30 years or so, I'm an old man. I don't look it, but I am old. I've actually learnt to understand how it actually works. So I'm going to share that with you. And at its simplest, all it's measuring is how conductive the ground is. So the property of interest is the conductivity, or the apparent electrical conductivity, the ECA. And it's measured in units of millisiemens per meter. That's it. Just measures how conductive the ground is. So now I'm going to actually explain how this actually works. At one end of the instrument, there's a transmitter, and it's a coil of copper wire. Looks like that, like a fist. Coil of copper wire in the transmitter. And at this end, there's actually another coil of copper wire, like your fist. So that's the receiver. And then in this particular instrument, I understand that there's another coil just here. But when I started my research, there was just a transmitter and a receiver, and the instrument was made of wood. And it had a needle, and it was an analog device. So when I went to do my work in the cotton fields, I'd have to take that, I'd have to take a pen and a piece of paper and write it down, and then walk 50 meters and do it again. And then I'd GPS it 3 weeks later with my dad. That's how advanced the technology was 30 years ago. Anyway, there's a transmitter and a receiver. So in the transmitter, when the machine is on, we put an alternating current through the coil of copper wire. So what happens when you put an alternating current through a wire? So look at the name of the instrument. We're putting electrical current in the transmitter. What's produced around that electrical current in that conductor, that copper wire? A magnetic field. 5,000 points for Melanie. 5,000 points. So electrical current in a conductor, alternating, we make a magnetic field. And that magnetic field goes up and down, and up and down, 9,000 times a second. Okay? So now we've actually got this magnetic field going into the ground. So a conductor, alternating current, alternating magnetic field, right? All from the conductor, right? So there's electromagnetic. Let's talk about induction now. So we've now got an alternating magnetic field going into the soil, and we have all these conductors in here. What happens when you've got a conductor in the soil with an alternating magnetic field around it? What will it generate? What will it induce in the soil? Electrical current, 5,000 points. I heard it twice. So we now have current flow in the conductor. Agree? We've got current flow in the conductor. What's now produced as a function of that current flow in the soil and all the conductors here? Another magnetic field. What can produce the current flow? We need to talk about that first. What can produce the current flow? Tell me some things in the soil which have negative charge and can take a current. Here's a clue. Yeah, water is one. Water is one because it's H2O. And the oxygen has a slight negative charge because it has more protons and the electrons want to play in the oxygen end of the molecule. It takes the hydrogen negative charges and they want to party with the oxygen. Yeah? So they go to the oxygen and there's more negative charge in the water, so it takes a current flow. So if you take this instrument on the same bit of soil and it's full of water and it's not full of water, which one is going to give the higher conductivity? The one full of water or the one that's empty? The one full of water, because you have more negative charge there. You've got the whole soil and then you've got the water. Okay, that's one thing. Tell me another thing that has a negative charge in the soil. How many people are soil scientists here? Okay. Where are the negative charges in the soil? Is it on the sand particles? Who said it? Who said clay? 5,000 points. Clay. Good. So it's water and it's clay. Let's show you. Hang on. And one more. There's one more thing that actually has negative charge associated with it. And it's the reason why we are all here today in Uzbekistan. Why are we all here today in Uzbekistan? The salt. The salt of the earth is why we're here. And it's the other one which has a negative charge. So here is our kaolin, clay mineral. Has a negative charge on the surface because this is oxygen. Here we have the water molecules bound tightly associated with this, and there's a negative charge on this oxygen side. Then we have all the negative charged chlorides and sulfates. They can take the current. Agree? And then the type of mineral is also important. So if you have a montmorillonite type of clay, you see that there's 4 sites compared to the 1 for kaolin where it actually has negative charge. So if we have a soil which has kaolin in it, which has only got 1 surface, compared to smectite, which has got multiple surfaces of negative charge, which one is going to give you the higher conductivity? This will be 15,000 points. Yeah, 15,000 points for this one. Which one? The smectite. So some of the results I will show you today, we have 1 soil on the smectite. The numbers are 300 millisiemens without salt. And we show you a soil with kaolin, and the numbers are much smaller. You'll see. Just remind me when I tell you about the case studies. Okay, we're good? Fabulous. So now we know what the conductors are. And we also know that those conductors are taking current, so there's a magnetic field being produced. So what happens now is that primary current magnetic field doing this is measured by the receiver. The secondary magnetic field is also being detected by the receiver because you're inducing current flow in it. Somehow the instrument knows the difference between the two, and that's your electrical conductivity. That's how it's worked out. So it's a magic box, okay? But it can't do anything without you using your head, okay? So data is one thing, using it is the other. So we have to think of it, how we're going to use this machine, or machine, as they say in Spain, to tell us the story of where the salt is. Why is it a good instrument in the hands of someone who uses their brain? Is because we can map potentially the clay content if these things are different. Oh, sorry, these things are the same. So if the mineralogy, the water content, and the salt content are the same, we could map the clay content. And it's important, these things, that we can map them because they're all relevant to soil properties of agricultural value. They all tell us something about the soil condition. We can work out what the soil is then capable of doing, and then we can actually work out, hopefully, that we make some capital value out of that soil. 2 instruments I want to tell you about. The EM38 is the one you see here. This is an earlier version. And basically, it gives you 2 measurements of electrical conductivity, or ECA. In this mode, it's called vertical, the vertical mode, or V. And that's because it's called horizontal because the coils are in this orientation. So when you actually have like this, the magnetic field is going like this. So it goes deep into the soil. When you put it like this, which direction is the magnetic field going? It's going straight at you. So shallow. Got it? Deep, shallow. So here's a question. If I have the instrument like this, is it measuring deep? Yes. What if I tell you the number is 150 millisiemens? Okay? That's just a number. Now I flip it and I read the instrument and it tells me it's 50. Is that shallow or deep? Shallow. So with those 2 numbers, we know the shallow number is 50 and the deep one is 150. Where is the conductivity? in the top or in the bottom? Is it more conductive in the top or more conductive in the bottom? In the bottom. What sort of, if that was to do with the salt, what sort of profile would we have? A uniformly non-saline one or a normal one which increases with salinity with depth? The one increasing with salinity with depth, okay? So with just those two measurements, we potentially understand the salt that's there. But it could be clay. It could be a sandy soil and a clayey soil. It could be a dry soil and a wet soil with the same clay. We don't know. So what do we have to do? We have to take some samples and dig some holes, spend some money. Okay, that's good. We're learning fast. This is good training. You're becoming experts. It took me 30 years to work that out. You guys learned it in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, because it could be to do with the clay content, the mineralogy, which tells us about the fertility. It could be about the water. And most importantly for us, it could be about the salt. So, the other instrument I'll tell you about is the EM34. And it's the one that you can actually see the transmitter and the receiver. And that's just a coil of copper wire in both of them. That's all it is. 2 coils of copper wire. Same as this one, but the design's a bit different. So if you separate those coils by 10, 20, and 40 meters, we can measure 7, 15, and 30 meters. So this one is good for root zone investigations of digital soil mapping. And this one is better for looking at the water tables, deep water tables, and the regolith. But you can put them together and use them together. Okay. So over the last 25, 30 years of my research career, we've actually managed to use that instrument and the EM34 to make a digital soil map in a very saline area called Burke in New South Wales, my home state. And you can see here, we can map the sand dunes. We can map the silty stream channels near the river. And we can map the clay alluvial plains of the valley. And we can predict quite well the sand, the silt, and the heavy clay soil. And that's the paper that describes it. In a little while, I'm going to talk to you about some salinity around this large storage here, which is on the sand dune and on the clay plain. We can also map things like the mineralogy, but only under special conditions, where the moisture content is the same, where the clay content was the same, and there was no salinity. We could make a map of the mineralogy, the clays, the montmorillonites, other types of minerals. Only place I've ever done it was at this farm. So it was unique. So anytime you go somewhere, you have to start again with your calibration. You can't use the same one, okay? In this particular field, the conditions were we had the same sand content, or actually it was mostly sandy. There was no salt, very little, and the moisture content was the same. So the clay was the same, the mineralogy was the same, moisture was actually slightly different, and that's what we mapped. So we mapped the difference in the moisture content in this pivot irrigation system. So it's wet here and drier here because the irrigator was going this way. And what you notice also is some areas where the moisture content was quite low. You see that? In these bands, the moisture was quite low. Why was the moisture quite low in those very curved areas in this irrigated field with a big pivot system? What is it? It's not porous. Why is it not porous? It's not rock. No, it's not rock. But it's like rock because the wheels of the pivot have compacted the soil. So you can't get the water through the compacted soil. So it stays dry. The conductivity is low. So when we calibrate the model, our predictions show that there's no water there. So there you go. Shows you that it works. And then I'm going to talk to you about this one, where we actually map the salinity in 3D. So I won't spoil the surprise, but I'm going to show you how you can make maps with this in 3D so we can understand the different salinity profiles. The non-saline one, the normal salinity profile, and the inverted one. Max, we need to change the presentation, please. So any questions at this point? Yes. This one is an EM38, yes. This one is an EM38. Yes, I will talk about the dual EM. But in talking about these particular instruments, I'm not endorsing them. And I learned to say that after hearing somebody speak this morning or on Monday. So you make your own decision about which instruments you want to buy. And I won't tell you which one because it's probably being recorded. And if I ever need my EM38 fixed, I have to ask Geonics to fix it. And if the dual EM guy hears this story, he will not fix my instrument either. But I know the manufacturer of the dual EM quite well. He's a personal friend, but that's no endorsement of the product over this one. Yeah. Every time, every single time, everyone. When you talk about calibration, I talk about calibration in calibrating the ECA to clay, ECA to moisture, ECA to the CEC. When I talk about, I think you're talking about zeroing the instrument. This one needs to be zeroed, I understand. I'm not familiar with this version, but in every one I've used, you must zero this every time you use it. The dual EM does not need that. Make your own decision about that. I'm not saying anything more. Yes. So, follow-up question? Yeah.
Like take it some, yeah. Mm-hmm. But the distance between the sensor and the ground, yeah.
But we've done research where we've actually done measurement here, measurement here,
and you have to write it down, or maybe it's recorded. It's recorded already. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by doing that, we actually get better information about what's happening. You can actually get better predictions because you have more data to resolve your protocol. Okay? We'll see later on. Yeah, question.
How many soil samples do you need per, let's say, actors to accompany the data that you get from these measuring devices? On average.
If you're smart, you can use the data to help you work out where to sample. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. So remind me.
Sorry, John.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many soil parameters can you get from that equipment?
0 until you start taking samples and until you start doing your analysis. So it won't tell you anything about the soil properties until you start calibrating for that soil.
Okay.
So it tells you the conductivity, and then you make a relationship to try and make a correlation with your soil property of interest that you want to map.
Okay, so only electric conductivity.
That's the only thing it measures, electrical conductivity.
Only that.
The only thing.
How much it cost?
You tell me, how much do you think this is worth? In US dollars. Come on, we're having fun here now. If you're going to buy this from me, let's do a little bit of a bidding. Who wants to start at 1,000 US? Who wants to buy it for 1,000? Higher. Higher. Huh? Higher. Too much. The EM34 is 40,000. How much? 5,000? Higher. 15,000 US, I think. 15, 1-5. Yeah. So who owns this instrument? Yeah, just keep an eye on it. Yeah. We now see the currency, let's see the value of this instrument. Yeah. Yeah. Question.
One quick question. So you say it generates electromagnetic field, right?
Yeah, just measures the conductivity of the ground. That's it.
Yes. And you work with it now for quite a few years.
Yes.
Does it have any impact on living organisms, like on humans and your research assistants, let's say?
I'm still alive. Yeah. You have more of a problem with your mobile phone because you're putting the electromagnetic field into your brain. Okay. So I'd rather use this, put it on the back of a sled, and it's away from me, but I'm not worried about it. I look pretty fit and healthy. So yeah, I'm alive. Okay. Here's what we came for. Can I go back one slide? There. So now what I'm going to do is I've told you that we can potentially map the clay content, map the water, map the mineralogy, but we're here and we're interested in mapping salinity. Because if we can map salinity, we can understand what processes are going on in the soil, what the soil conditions are, why it's not up to its capability, and then what we need to do to improve its capital value once we have the map. So I'm going to show you now what we can do. So the comment probably to make is that ask not what the data can do for you, but what you can do with the data. I'm going to show you what you can do with the data of this for salinity. So there's two case studies I'm going to talk to you about, and I'm going to give you a bit of a geography lesson of Australia. Firstly, in the wheat sheep belt of Australia, it's an arid, semi-arid landscape, and we have lots of normal salinity profiles. And this is because whenever it rains, in every drop of rain that we have, there's a salt in there. So the water takes the salt through the soil and it infiltrates until it stops because the water is then evaporated by the big trees and the salt's left behind. And that's how we have salts naturally accumulating in those normal salinity profiles in semi-arid areas. And that's what you see here. Underneath these trees, you'd have a normal salinity profile. And before this was cleared, we had normal salinity profiles. But they cleared the trees. We no longer have the big removal of the water. We have annual crops which don't use all the water. This is where our problem starts. So, yes, this is where our problem starts. We have the salts moving in the landscape because there's more water there. And it's quite ironic because Australia is one of the driest continents on Earth, yet it has a water problem and the movement of salts. It's ironic. So what we have is on these hill slopes where the salt is now low, the top of the hill, at the bottom of the hill, where all the salt is now moving because the water is moving down the hill, it's dissolving all the salts in the hill slope and concentrating them all down the bottom of the slope, where evaporation means the salt's left behind. Second case study. We have irrigation salinity because of shallow water tables in a place called Bourke in New South Wales, which is on the eastern side of Australia. And mostly it's because they have large storage dams, which are 4 meters high. So it's from probably about the ceiling high. They're 1 kilometer square, some of them, as you'll see. Huge. That's a large hydraulic head. That's a lot of water in that soil, above the soil. So you better make sure you don't have a sandy soil underneath your storage. What's going to happen if you have 4 meters of water above a sandy soil? Are you going to be able to keep the water in there? No. So we'll see what happens as a function of that. But that water goes into the landscape, hits some clay, which is marine, brings the salts up, causes problems. So here are these dams. I think from memory, that's 1 kilometer across. This is 1 kilometer. And here we have quite nice, productive cotton fields. Yeah, you agree? Looks like a good cotton field there. Do you see cotton? Yeah. Don't blame the crop though. It's because we don't irrigate properly that's the problem. So cotton is not the enemy. It's the person that manages this, which is not the enemy, but where the problem is. Okay, so what do you notice about these fields? Do they look nice? They look pretty good to me. Looks good here. Looks like soil, no? Just remotely, looks like good soil here. What do you notice just about like a little halo around the storage here? Does it look so nice? What do you see there? You see salt. Okay, so it's leaking out the bottom, interacting with salt underneath, coming up right next to the storage. Okay, so we have to tell the farmer and show the farmer this is a problem and that we understand why there's a problem, so we can maybe make some suggestions to help him solve the problem. So we need to map the normal salinity profiles. We need to map where the salt is being removed, the recharge areas where the salts are moving, and where it's being discharged in to make the inverted salinity profile. Okay, we need to find that in both of those case studies. That's what we've got to map. And if we can find those things, we can understand and show the farmer why there's the problem and then what he can do. And then we can actually start to monitor how things are improving. So again, we need to look into the ground. So I like a bit of art. And I like to think I'm a bit cultured. And I like to see relevance to what I do as a scientist in the art and appropriate it for my purposes. Okay, so what we really need to do is something akin to what we do in medicine, which is magnetic resonance imaging. It's not the same, it's different, but it's akin to that type of technology. And cancer or oncology specialists use this to find cancers in a body. Yeah. So just say I'm not well, I'm perfectly fit, but if I'm not well and my doctor thinks I have cancer, he can't put holes in me everywhere. It's too expensive. The biopsies, too expensive, yes? So he puts me through the machine and then he sees an anomaly here, an anomaly here, and something here. So he can be strategic about where he samples. Okay, that's how the oncologist does it. The soil scientist, who needs to map large areas, he can't take the soil back to the lab like that. No? So what does he use? He uses this. So he goes up this way, and then over here, and then backwards and forwards about 100 times, and he gets his data. And we're going to show you how we use the data to then choose where we're going to sample. Yep. Okay, so here's an example of what we can do with the ECA data. Sorry, this instrument, which measures only the ECA. That's all it measures, nothing else. And the trick here, and what I've been doing for the last 10 years, is taking this instrument and making measurements like this and like this along a single line. And when you actually take that data and look at that data, on its own, it doesn't tell you very much because you just see two lines on a plot. But if you invert that data, what you see is what you see at the top. That's the ECA data, which has been inverted. So you've gone from 2 measurements to 5 predictions about what the conductivity is at different depths, right? And down here, and that's with about 1,000 measurements along 1 kilometer. So that's 1 kilometer, and we have 1,000 measurements with that instrument in 2 directions. And we've inverted that, and now we can actually see the conductivity varying with depth. So here, where the conductivity is low at the top and high at the bottom, yeah? If we think about it, go backwards, which measurement is going to be higher? This one or this one? With the conductivity higher at the bottom. This one which goes deeper or this one which is shallow? This one. This one's going to be the higher measurement. Well, we can see it there. So that's what we can see. Because we have this information now, we need to understand why it's like that. So what do we need to do? Take some soil samples. Where are we going to take them, Melanie? Here where the conductivity is low, we need to understand why the conductivity is low. We take a sample. Here where the conductivity is low and the conductivity is high, we take a sample. Here where it looks like this and like this, we need to take a sample so we can calibrate the instrument. Maybe 3 is enough. Maybe we could have done it with 3. But to make sure we take 12, because we're scientists, we have a little bit of money, we've got to make it right. So this is how you can use this information to help you make your sample. Say, hey, now how to sample. From those 12, we can then make a model where we have this data and that data, and we can convert that data into the ECE. So we can then map salinity. So we map ECA, we collect soil samples, we measure ECE, we make the relationship between ECE and the ECA. Now we can map the salinity. But this thing measures the electrical conductivity of the apparent EC. That's all it does. We've used our brain, made a model, and now we can predict the salt. So let's do this now in 3D. Here's our 2 case studies. The question we have is, can we use the single frequency multiple coil Joule M1 or the Joule M421, which is the other company, and it's no endorsement of that company. Can we use that data to make 3D models using this software called EM for Soil? My plan was to give you all a copy of EM for Soil, but I didn't because the demo version that I have doesn't seem to work, even for me. So rather than 30 people having it not work, I'll just show you how it works. So the Joule EM, it's like the EM38. That's the Joule M421, but the Joule M1 is only 1 meter long. So it looks like that yellow instrument, but it's only 1 meter long like this one. And it only has 2 coils, a transmitter which is vertical and a receiver which is vertical, and then a second one which is horizontal. So the advantage of this instrument is that it gives you 2 measurements in one go. That's why this instrument was built to compete with that one. They put the initial EM38, which was just like this, they put another one here. So that's why this is now on the market. So that's the Joule M1. And the measurements of ECA are 0 to 0.5 and 0 to 1.5 in the perpendicular and in the vertical. Okay. So we took the Joule M1, put a GPS on it, and as you can see here across 36 hectares, they took 10,000 measurements of the ECA, the conductivity. That's it. Yeah. Quality. Yeah. No. Just keep going. Don't stop. 5, 10 kilometers an hour is good because you want the detail. 20-meter spacing roughly. Would have been better to do 10, but I wasn't involved. But okay, did that. So from that, is cheating a little bit, but they decided to take some samples. How would we take the samples? What information would we need? Let's go and have a look. Let me go. I'm going to show you the data. So we need to take the samples. Oh, come on. Where am I pointing next? Here. Okay, here's the data. Okay. Here is the ECA data from the instrument. Here is the, let's see, the deep one. All right. 0 to 1.5 meters. Here is the shallow one, 0 to 0.5 meters. Right. What do you notice here? Is it conductive here or is it not conductive? Is the ECA high or is the ECA low? This one's no points because it's so obvious. No points for it. What, is it high or low at the bottom? Blue is low, red is high. So it's blue, it's low. Low conductivity. What might that tell us? What might that tell us? Low conductivity. No salt. No clay. No moisture. Could be anything. We don't know. What about the red area? Is it high or low? It's high. So it's easy. We're getting the swing of it now, huh? So low conductivity, high conductivity. Could be what? High clay, high moisture, high salt. We don't know. No clue. So what are we going to do? Take some samples. Okay. Tell me where you would take a sample. Yeah. Yes. Where's the first point you would choose? Which one? But where are we going to take the sample? Where? One there, one there. Okay. And one in the middle. Right, why not? 3. It's a good start. Yes, we take maybe some more. So we choose one here where it's the lowest. We choose one here where it's not so low, but still low. We take one here where it's in the middle. We take one here. We take one here. Maybe 5's enough. But we took 15. Sorry? Yeah, this one. Actually, they chose the 5 percentile. So they used the data. And that's where they took the sample. There. The 7th percentile, in fact, because they took 15 sites.
So, John.
Yeah.
What is that crop?
Sorry?
The crop.
It's wheat.
Wheat.
Wheat, I think, yeah. Don't blame the wheat, though. Okay, it's not the wheat. So they're the 15. Very low, intermediate low, yeah, in the middle, intermediate high, high ECA. All the ECA data, that's what they based it on, yeah. I think 90 centimeters, I think it was, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, 75 centimeters. Three samples. Yeah. You can carry it. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Good exercise. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm asking if you maybe you take more than 15 3 times because for each depth, that's it. Or just in the surface.
Okay, the question is, do we need to take one sample for the surface or multiple depths?
Yeah.
Do you want to resolve where the salt is my question to you. Do you want to find out if the salt is deep or do you want to find out if the salt is shallow? Are you going to get enough information if you just take the shallow?
Maybe have a first look to the data and after decide now.
You're out there once to take the samples. You've got to get everything then. So you have to get it then. You haven't got time to go all the way back out and dig the hole all the way down again. One chance. So you take it to deep. Because we want to make a 3D model, not a 2D model. Having a sample at the top doesn't give you the information you need for the model. Yeah.
And can you take some samples, more than you need, but you don't analyze them all?
Yes, exactly. You can do it that way. Yeah.
And if you need more data, then you analyze it.
Yes. So take 15, analyze 5. That might help you.
A quick question related to that.
Another
What if
question.
we take the soil samples.
Is this the question session or is this the...
Sorry.
Just joking. Come on.
No, so we take a few samples to also like see why the reason for low or high conductivity. But what if they're inconsistent? So let's say in one place we see there's moisture, in another we see there's salt.
Yes, good point.
What
So
then?
that's another good question. So when you start taking the samples, you have to keep analyzing until you work out where the correlation is. So the first thing you might do with that sample, because you know moisture might affect it, is you do the air dry moisture. So that's the thing you first do as a routine thing in the lab. You do the air dry moisture. So you then see if the data is correlated with the moisture. And if it's not, then you need to do something else. And you think in this place you have salinity, so that's the next logical thing that you would measure. If that's not there, then you might do the clay. And you keep going until you eliminate the players. Okay, good question. Yeah, 5,000 points for the question. Yeah. And anyone who asks a question gets 5,000 points as well. So you have to keep a tally, and there might be a prize at the end. Who knows? Okay. The prize is you might have dinner with me tonight. How's that? Yeah. Karaoke. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you about the Julie M4. This is a great instrument, but I'm not endorsing it. Okay. But it is a great instrument. It's got a transmitter, like all of them do, just one transmitter. And it's got the 1 meter vertical and perpendicular. So it's like the EM38 here. But wait, there's more. Okay? You get extra coils here. Amazing. And then, well, wait, there's more. You know when you have that steak show, the steak commercial, the steak knives commercial? You get a third set of coils here. Okay? So you can measure the apparent conductivity from 0 to 0.5 all the way down from 0 to 6. Okay? So remember, when I'm telling you this story, I'm always telling you 0 to 0.5, 0 to 6. It's measuring the bulk conductivity. And it's not good enough on its own. And that's why we do the inversion, is to actually give us an estimate of what the conductivity is at the depths we take our soil samples. Because that's where we make the correlation. It's the estimate of the conductivity at the same depth of our soil samples. And I'll make that point again. So 0 to 0.5, 0 to 6 meters, apparent conductivity. Great data, but we can do more with it, and we have to do more with it. So in this particular case study, near this large storage, where the water is, good quality water, could drink it if it was not so muddy, backwards and forwards with the EM, 5,000 measurements, 30 hectares, 50 meter spacing. Now in this case, do you see a car? Do you see a motorbike? Do you see a horse to pull that? No. Why did we take it with our hands in that one? Do you think I'm a bit of a masochist to my students? Bit of a sadist? No. The reason we did it that way is because you see here, the boys are standing on some very wet soil. So if we take a car across there, it might sink and we have to dig it out. And we're there for science, not for army training. So we carried it. And that's why we did 50 meter spacings, because it's cruel. It's 40-degree heat. Doing any more than 50 meter spacing was inhumane. So you can see we're humans as soil scientists and researchers. Bit of philosophy. Okay. Not good philosophy, but still philosophy. All right. And you can see here, we chose the 5th percentile. We chose 20 sites where the conductivity was low, where it was intermediate, and where it was high. What do you notice about where the low ones are? Are they spaced apart or are they close together? The small ones, they're spaced apart. And what about the high ones? What are you noticing? They're all concentrated together. It's a lot of action, okay? So that looks like the place where it gets interesting. So 4 depths for that one. And for both studies, we measured the electrical conductivity, the EC, of the saturated soil paste extract. And it's the USDA measurement of salinity, which is the universal world-recognized standard of salinity. And always measure that because we can relate the results to the impact of the salinity, that number, on when wheat or barley or cotton starts to become affected with the salinity. So if you want to relate those crops to the soil condition, all the literature says you should use the electrical conductivity of the saturated soil paste extract. But it's time consuming and it's expensive. And that's why we want to take some of this data and the soil data and put it with the digital data with a model to make the predictions, the digital soil mapping. Okay, so that's the ECA. Now, is this a map of salinity? Just to be clear, is this a map of salinity? Map of salinity? Anybody? Okay, 5,000 points for everybody. Not a map of salinity. It's a map of ECA. Okay? Is it a map of clay? CEC, mineralogy, moisture? No, it's ECA. Completely useless. Doesn't tell you anything except it's more conductive and it's less conductive. We dig the holes, we do the analysis. Same thing with this one. Is this a map of salinity? Because it's the ECA as well. No. Again, useless pretty much until we put the soil data with it. So now the trick is this. We have all this ECA data, 0 to 0.5, 0 to 1.5, 0 to 6, and everything in between. It's useless like that. It's rubbish because we don't get to see what's happening at the specific depths. Okay, if you want to find that salinity profile, which is non-saline, we need information at these depths. We need information if it's the normal salinity profile like this. And we need it if it's also like that one. Okay, so what we do is we take that ECA data from the instrument, we pass it through this model. It inverts the data and it predicts the conductivity at the same depth as our salinity, as our clay, as our moisture. So here's an example. On the right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 soil cores, 7 soil sample locations. And we've measured the salinity at these depths because that's where we need the information, yes, to find those profiles. So we've got 8 of those. Great. Can we actually, how do we connect the dots? They're far apart. Okay, we need to make better connections. So now we go to all our measurements with the instrument. And again, when you look at the instrument data, we would only have 0 to 0.3, 0 to 1.5, and 0 to whatever. But if we invert it, we actually get predictions of the conductivity at the same depth as our soil samples. See that? So at this soil sample, we now have estimates of the conductivity here. At this soil sample location, we now have predictions of the conductivity at the same depth. Let's see what those models look like. Now, before I show you the model between this data at all these depths with the estimates of conductivity at these depths that we got from inverting that data with that model, what would be a good R squared between these two data sets, what would you think would be good R squared that you used for prediction? 0.5? 0.4? 0.6? 0.7? 0.8? We get 0.9. Okay, so topsoil, is this saline or non-saline? This is ECE here. Is this saline down here at 2 decisiemens? No. Do we get a good model here? Not too bad. When the EC gets really high, our conductivity estimated is high. So we have a good model to predict salinity in the dryland area. Would you agree? Yes? So, does this thing measure salinity? No. But we can predict it with the model. So we have the digital data, we have the soil data, and now we have a model to predict it. So we will predict salinity, not just in the topsoil, but we can do it in these other depths too. And we can start to see the shape of the profile. When we did a leave one out cross-validation, when we did we took one of those soil cores out, we made the model, and then we predicted at that point. And we did that 15 times, taking one sample out each time. When you look at the measured and the predicted in that validation process, we see that it's close to 1-to-1, which is what we want. Do you believe this calibration and this validation? Do you think you can predict salinity pretty well? Let's have a look. This is the results from the irrigation salinity, similar. Now, let me just go back one. What do you notice about the conductivity down here of the estimated conductivity? What's the range? 0 to 1,000. Okay, good. That's the wheat field, right? Western Australia. What do you notice about the conductivity in the irrigated field? 0, 4,000. Which one do you think is the kaolin soil? Which one do you think is the Montmorillonite soil? Which one has the one surface charge? Which one has the multiple surface charges? Kaolin, remember, had only one surface charge. The Montmorillonite had multiple charges. So you see in the conductivity the difference in the soil type. But what's worse is that which one actually has more salt in it, do you think? This one or this one? Well, you can have a look. 0 to 40 decisiemens, which is really saline. And the cotton is 0 to 72, which is becoming almost like seawater. Okay? So we have the kaolin soil, which is pretty saline, gives you that conductivity, but the Montmorillonite, which is even more saline, has even more conductivity. Anyway, both the models are great. Let's have a look at the data, the predictions now, the predictions of salinity. Our digital soil map. Here is the digital soil map of the topsoil. Here is the digital soil map of the next one down. Here is the digital soil map of the next layer down. Okay, where is it saline? The top of the hill or at the bottom of the hill? At the bottom of the hill. So we understand and can see where the salts are. And we'll take some pictures. These are approximate pictures. I stole them from the web, so it's just to give you an idea. It's not from the area, unfortunately. That's the typical wheat, Western Australian wheat at the top of the hill where they have some trees still. That's not what it's going to look like at this. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But when you get down to here, it'll start looking like this. Okay, it's not looking very good, not flash. So how do we solve the problem here of the salt getting from here to here, what would we need to do to manage this landscape? Remember, this was completely trees everywhere. So now what we have to do to manage this landscape, what would you do, or what would you suggest to the farmer now that you've got this information? What does he need to do? What's that? Agroforestry. Where would you start? Would you start at the bottom of the hill where the plants are not going to survive, or the top of the hill? You start at the top of the hill because you want to stop the water going to the bottom of the hill. Sorry?
You start where the pollution starts.
No.
That's a barrier to, you know?
No, you start at the top. You stop the water getting down. You have to stop the water getting from here and here down to here.
Okay.
So you need to start here. Because until you start stopping the water, you'll continue to get the salt. And once you when you stop the water getting there, then you can deal with the salt. Then you can start to deal with that problem.
And do you try fit of remediation of the soil, or you take away the soil?
Oh, okay, I'm not an expert on that one.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's what you start to do. You can put salt bush and other things, but you stop the stock going there as well because they'll make a mess. So you fence that off as well. Okay, so now we can actually see much more clearly. Here are our measured salinity profiles, and here are our predicted ones. Okay, so we can predict pretty well the non-saline, vertical non-saline profiles. Agree? We can sort of predict the inverted profile. And we can sort of predict the ones here. The reasons why we can't predict so well is because we only have 2 measurements of the instrument to resolve 3 or 4 depths. So in that case, what we could do is, if we just had the Joule M1 or the M38, we could actually lift the instrument and do passes like this, because it gives us better information, more information to resolve that profile. Make sense? The Joule M421 might have been better because you have 6 coils to resolve that. So when you look at this one, we notice, I think I've just got the topsoil one here. I actually got all 4 of them, beg your pardon. What am I talking about? 0 to 0.2, 0.25 to 0.5, 0.5 to 0.75, and 0.75 to 1 meter. What do you notice about the salinity here? Let's look at the topsoil first. Where do you think the water is leaking from the storage here? Is it leaking from the very saline area or from the non-saline area? What do you think? Where does the salt go? Does it go with the water, or does it go where the water disappears? So that's probably a bad question, but where do you think the water is leaking? Here. It's leaking from here, yeah? And it goes in that direction. So it's pushing, the water is leaking from this part of the storage up and around and ending up close to the storage wall there. So it's taking all the salt with it, and then it evaporates from the surface in that area where we didn't want to take the students because it was wet. It evaporates and the salts are left behind. How do I know? Because when I look at the salinity profiles, it tells me so. These ones here on the left, not saline. Water's being leached and the salts are being taken away. And then, because of the shallow water table, the salts are coming to the top. The water evaporates and the salts are left behind. And there's more and more salt coming there. And you can see in the green areas where it's not so saline, you actually have some plants, salt-tolerant plants. And then in the area closest to the storage where it's saline, you don't have many plants. And you can see the salt crust on the surface. And I dare say we're going to see this time and again tomorrow and the next day as we drive past the fields. Yes, question?
Just a quick question about methodology.
Yeah.
How about altitude? Do you account for altitude, or you assume that you are sampling from the flat area?
You can use the altitude as a covariate, but in this case we didn't consider it because we are interested in just resolving the salinity profile. But it possibly can give you better results, but in this case we didn't. But yes, we always take the samples from the same depth, because when you do the modeling, you want to model, it's much easier to model at the same depths because you make the predictions at the same depths. So you don't want to change the depths because it makes it difficult. I wouldn't analyze for horizons unless you're interested in the horizon. But we can talk more. Okay, so the answer is, yes, we can use a single frequency and multiple array ECA data from the instruments. In this case, it was the dual EM, but we've done it for the EM38 and the EM34. And we can use the software to actually give us predictions of conductivity with depth. And we can make a model, and we can actually map in 3D dryland and irrigation salinity. Okay, so yeah, it's got implications for revegetating the landscape and the upslope positions, because we know if we stop the water, we stop the salts accumulating. And we can also use rotation cropping down that slope. So you actually have different crops growing in the summer and the winter, so that your water is being used all the time in that landscape. You're stopping the water going from the top of the hill to the bottom. So you would put rows of crops, maybe a summer crop, then a winter crop, then a summer crop in bands. So you're always using the water as it's coming down the hill. In terms of the irrigation, we can actually use this type of idea and technology to improve the timing and uniformity of your irrigation, and yeah, site-specific management of your irrigation water. And also, you use it to work out in an irrigated landscape where your infrastructure needs to be sealed. So where that leaking was happening in that storage, what might you put in that area where it was sandy? What might you do? What would you do to stop that water flowing out of there? There's two options. You can stop using that storage altogether, which is not, cost $10 million to build that probably, I don't know, a lot of money, maybe $1 million, I don't know. What else could you do? You could dig a trench around that part of the field, and you can put in the swelling clay called bentonite or montbrelinite. Just fill it with that, fill it up again with your sand, and hopefully that stops the water. Potentially you could do that. Now you know where to start. Okay, this just shows you that data inverted in a 3D model in that dryland area. So that's very powerful to show where the salinity is with depth. I've just shown you the slices, but that's what you get from the inversion. So it's very powerful to see it like that. It's like a work of art. Don't you think? Who thinks that looks like a work of art? 2 people? You get 5,000 points for that. Okay, there's another one over there. Okay, good. Now, if you want these papers, you can have them. So they're free, no charge. That's another paper. That's the Soil Science Society of America journal. Good papers. Make sure you cite them if you can. Yeah. Need to get my H index up for the next promotion. Yeah.
Just, I have a question about the third depth. How you explain the low salinity?
Yeah.
That is for salinity, not electrical conductivity.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. How you explain to have a low salinity in the third?
In the third. Okay. So here, what's happening is you've got these inverted profiles. So the salt is actually accumulating up here because the water is pretty good, but it's actually bringing the salts up all the time. And here, the water evaporates, but the salt's left behind. So it's like a pump. So the water table is here. It's quite saline, and it's like it's always coming through here. So it's still quite saline, but in the model it's not so good. But it's accumulating up here. which is where you don't want it to be. We want it to be these normal salinity profiles, which is where they started. Okay? So you can see that it works. It works in Western Australia. It works in New South Wales. We've made it work in Thailand. We've got India, Portugal, Morocco, USA, Iran, China. And I'm looking to actually extend this list to places like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and because these instruments travel and so do I. So if you want to collaborate, you want to start a project, I'm ready. Just make sure we get some good research funding, and I'm ready to come and visit. Okay, with the EM30. A little bit, but sometimes you just have to be pragmatic. But 10 was enough. 10 would have been enough, and that was a large area. Okay. We also did something across 40,000 hectares of irrigated cotton growing area between the New South Wales and Queensland border. This is a model between 0 and 12 meters. And we made that model with EM38 and EM34 data at 500 meter spacings at around about 1,200 measurement sites across this area. And you can see where the salt is across 40,000 hectares. So it's not a farm scale anymore or a field scale. We've actually gone to a district scale. The predictions are not quite as good because the spacing of your data is further apart. The inversion modeling is more averaged, but you get an idea of where you would do the detail work now. And if you remember, this ECA data can potentially make a digital soil map for clay, for water, for the mineralogy, also for CEC, and for precision farming purposes by making zones with the data. As also hydraulic conductivity. Yeah. So again, it comes down to ask not what the data can do for you, but what you can do with the data. So you just have to think a little bit and make sure that when you go and start doing your work, you do an area which is big enough to give you variation in conductivity. Because if there's no variation, you really can't make a map, because it's the same soil. So go big and go hard. Okay, I think that's it. If you want to friend me on social media, you're welcome to. I do post a lot, but it's all good quality stuff, like my science and like my dancing. But I think my science is better than my dancing. But I hope you enjoyed your presentation. I'm happy to, I think I finished a bit early, but I can have a little bit of a break and I can show you something else if you want. But are there any questions? Yeah, question.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I'm wondering about like the scalability of your work. Let's say someone's listening and they're very eager to try out this tool and this methodology. Do they need to hire you, or could they also just look at this presentation, buy that thing, use the open source model and the methods, and then map their own zones? Or are you a bit of the bottleneck in this?
The papers are beautifully written. They're works of art, but they're good works of science as well. There's no fiction in them. You can read them, and you probably can work out what to do. But if you have any troubles interpreting it or understanding it, I'm always just an email away and a Teams meeting away, and I'm happy to discuss your research and data needs. And I'm pretty cheap too. I don't usually charge, but I do like to travel. So if you can pay for my travel and accommodation, I can actually help you write a paper as well. I've been known to get somewhere in 2 weeks and write a paper. With a bit of pre-processing before we start, we can write quickly.
Thank you. And one more question. Is it applicable to all different climates and landscapes, wetlands, etc.?
Anywhere where you can carry it, anywhere where you're determined enough to get the data, you can do something there. We've, I did some work on in America last year. We're in a swamp. We're looking to see if we can map the, underneath the, what used to be gooseberries or like a swamp that was actually anyway, we did it in the swamp, so you can do it there, but it's difficult. Yeah, question. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It was a very nice presentation, actually. And I wonder, I remember that I used ESAP for sampling design, and it accounts for optimized sampling locations. And it accounts for like 20 samples, 20 locations.
Yes.
So I used in my research, and I also had a transect with 8 samples compared with the fuzzy sampling strategy. And I saw, maybe you as an expert can say, okay, this location is enough. But if you are not there, what we can do? So maybe the systematic sampling can help us.
Yes, you as a scientist, you have to also work within your means and your budget.
Yeah.
So you sometimes can only take 3 or 4 samples, but it's better than none. So start with 3 or 4, and then, but also make sure that you have enough money to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more money you have, the more analysis you can do, the more maps you can make. Because it's expensive to do this, and I'm currently working on a data which I will share with you after a little break. I have it ready, but I probably need about 5 minutes, just a little break. And I will show you how we're using that data to do multiple properties of soil.
And in regards to the number of or density of sampling, I had in my last publication, I had this problem.
Yes.
And I proved, because I generate some data, some more data, doubled, and even more. And I said, okay, no accuracy added to the model.
That's
it. So the
we'll talk
optimize
about,
or like 10 to 12, 20 data is enough.
We'll talk about that in the next presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, John, thank you very much for the scientific presentation. Yeah, now can you share with me the management practice that how can I say it? That you advised the farmer or the farmers, because they've been working on different fields. Yeah.
I don't generally do management because the research was to always make the digital soil maps and show how you can actually make the map. But there are lots of different soil, water, and crop management strategies. And it just depends again on the means of the farmer to invest in changing his irrigation layout and design, changing his soil, the beds of his soil, the way the irrigation is lined up, and the type of crops that he might grow. Yes. So more tolerant crops, putting the crops in different places on the bed. There's lots of different ways to do it. In this particular case, I actually worked with the Western Australian people who collected the data. So my remit was not to do the management.
Okay.
With the irrigation one, we collected that data. We wanted to demonstrate that the farmers as an organization, as cotton growers, need to secure their water reservoirs. And that's where we left it. Okay. After that, it's up to the farmer with that information to make his own judgment. But we show them the maps, we tell them what we think they should do, but they're not obliged to do that. But we give them the information they need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I use this instrument also here in Uzbekistan. As you say, you need to have high and low values.
Relatively,
probably,
yes.
Yeah, probably you will see tomorrow when you visit the region. So here we have overlaying factors which complicate calibration or like frequent monitoring, which is we are talking about flatland and irrigated. So then if you select like large area, like a farm size of 1,000 hectares, then one field will be irrigated. So you have a moisture factor here. Another field will not be irrigated, and then you have it's dry. So that complicates. I think it will be worth to explore and study how to fine tune this instrument to, to make it matching to that local conditions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good question. Good problem. I don't think I've come across that problem. Not enough. We've always done, it's always been one field or, I can't think of any time we've had a problem with that. But it is a problem when you take the instrument across multiple fields, because if there is a moisture difference, you'll see that in the ECA data, and that might affect your calibration. But generally, you try and do your survey at the same time and under the same moisture conditions, but sometimes it's not possible. But if that's the case, you then would probably take more samples in your fields. So if this field was irrigated and this one wasn't, you might need more calibration samples in both fields. And then you'll maybe see it. You could maybe make an adjustment as well. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just have a quick 5-minute break while I get the next presentation up, and go and stretch your legs. And then I'll give you one more presentation. I think we have time. Yes, we've got time. Yes? Okay, go. Your time started a minute ago.
Yes, этого